You're my bottle of wine, you get better with time. I think it's clear that I'm happy you're mine. It's crazy how all we can do is grow. No need to ask, cause I'm letting you know. I just fall for your harder each and every day. Butterflies intensify, they never went away. Love only grows, what more can I say to you? Does my heart still skip a beat? Can my knees still get weak? Do I still float when you're with me? Do I still feed for your kiss and my hands on your hips? My response is that's for sure, and even more. My favorite thing to look forward to each day is the end of it, cause next to you I lay. Always am excited to see you. Your love was a hit, but even better's the sequel. Always a pleasure to see what is next. I did something right in life cause I'm with the best. If you ever wonder, I hope this song can express it. Listen to me now. Does my heart still skip a beat? Can my knees still get weak? Do I still float when you're with me? Do I still feed for your kiss and my hands on your hips? My response is that's for sure, and even more, and even more. Does my heart still skip a beat? Can my knees still get weak? Are you the most beautiful woman I've seen? Still. Does my heart still skip a beat? Can my knees still get weak? Do I still float when you're with me? Do I still feed for your kiss and my hands on your hips? My response is that's for sure, and even more, and even more.
Believe
heart was once yearning, but now I can say the white guilt in my heart is dying away, is dying away, is dying away.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. And we have made it. We're rolling and going free. Let me know that the audio is working. I will appreciate that greatly. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Your hierarch of the Church of the West is speaking. Is my voice audible? All right. Thank you, Rapunzel. Thank you very much. Good to be with everybody. Rolling in here quickly, behind, but we made it. Everything. It's a crime when you are able to look and be this good, even though you are behind. I got to tell you, it's just the way it is. It's what God did. God did this so you can either be happy with him or angry with him. We got DA here. We got Justin. We got Eva. We got Jay Bishop. We got Seamus. We got the nameless one. We got Marlene, Hyperborean Dream, the Tree Godfather. Take this opportunity to let people know by way of tweets, retweets, quote tweets, likes on all of the different platforms that we are alive, and that we are rolling in here for Church of the West Wednesday. You can think of it as a Wednesday Bible study, but without the Bible, the new Reformed Bible, the one that puts our people, God's creation first. Janice is here. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Yeah, let's bring in as many people as we can as we go ahead and get started. I want to set the tone. We're going to be looking at just a 60 seconds or less of this 2.5 hour back and forth that Mark had with Joel Davis, because I think it's the most relevant part. And we had, what was his name? Maybe I've got it down here somewhere. Maybe I've got it down here somewhere. Oh yeah, Moonrise. He came into our chat. If he's here today, perhaps he can help me out. But he came into the chat to tell me that they had talked, those two had talked about National Socialism, and that it was so pragmatic and real life stuff. And 2.5 hours, and I didn't find any pragmatism, real life, nothing but quixotic nonsense. But that's my position, and I will happily argue my position with anybody. But I wanted to set the tone as you all are taking the opportunity to share. And I know there's some right-wing content creators who will also be streaming this evening, and you're going to get the typical garbage from them about doom documenting, doom dissecting, doom divining, and now what? And that's a lot of what we end up seeing. Ivan Zihagabal is here. Yes, Go Free Gathering is the best. So please take the opportunity, but I do want to set the tone for the kind of intellectualism, the intellectual fare that was exchanged in this back and forth, where Mark was attempting to play the opposition because he couldn't get, I guess, Keith Woods or whoever are having this discussion with Joel Davis, Greg Johnson, I guess, to come on to debate it. So he tried to push back. He tried to play their role a little bit, but it was deep intellectualism, the kind of pedantic pedantry, prattling that I have grown accustomed to hating. So let's set the tone.
Advertisers like your hands.
I like to say that my hands look good naked. They are really just the perfect neutral toned hands. So the skin is flawless. And it's very even toned, so it lights well and it photographs well. The nails are very, very healthy, and they just emanate, like radiate health and good care.
So, I mean, you're very protective of your hands.
I'm incredibly protective. I view my hands as elite athletes, like Olympic athletes. And so everything I do is to protect them from being in any jeopardy or any danger in any way. So for me, that means no cooking, no cleaning, no taking out the garbage, no opening cans, no opening windows, no opening doors, no gardening, no sports, no, a million no's.
No.
But, because for me, an injury really would mean a paper cut or a broken nail or a little bruise. Something mundane to you would be a disaster for me.
Okay, so
All right. So now that we've set the tone for the pedantic prattling, I'm going to tell you quickly, especially for those who might be new, what we do that's very different from what you're going to find everywhere else. And to be just as frank as possible, even though I am Jason, to be as frank as possible, what you're going to find, what you've always been able to find in the white sympathetic sphere, and in particular, the explicit. So what's the explicit versus the implicit? The explicit are the folks who recognize that race is a thing, that race matters, that there are racial differences, etc. So what you're going to find is you're going to find a group of people who will doom document. They'll tell you about all that's bad in the world. They will doom dissect. They'll tell you who they think is behind it. Invariably, in most cases, they're going to be talking a lot about Jews. And then the doom divining, where it's going to go from here, what they're going to do, etc. Now, there are two types of that kind of individual. There are those who are providing you this information and a right-leaning view on it for that purpose. So it's news. It's things you probably would want to know. And in those cases, I endorse those efforts. They're nothing more than that. I endorse them as long as they're not telling you that there's nothing that can be done, or they're steering you in the direction of remedies given to you by or provided to you by different organizations, different personalities, etc., where these individuals, organizations, personalities are not remedies. There is no remedial action there. They are boosting someone. They're boosting an entity. They're boosting an individual because they believe it boosts them. They scratch this individual or group's back, and they expect to be scratched back. So if they're just telling you the news and they're not leading you astray to people that are not actually a remedy, then I endorse those individuals. I think we should have content creators that are telling us about what's going on in the world, giving a right, if you will, with inside the spectrum, a right-leaning perspective on what's going on in the world. So I support that. I would like that news to be out there, and I have been a reader of that information probably before some of you were born, when there was no internet and we received monthly newspapers. That was like the most regular thing you could get in the mail. So I support that endeavor. Again, we're talking about the group of people, content creators who provide news. They provide right-leaning commentary, and dividing that group into two groups, half of which is just providing you the news and the right-leaning commentary, and the other half of those individuals are saying the remedy to this, the person or group to which that you should give your affiliation, you should follow, you should, etc. That group of people who are leading people astray, who are leading people to try efforts that have been tried infinite number of times, have failed infinite number of times, who lead people to prison, and we're going to be talking about some prison today. Those group of people are scum, and you shouldn't spend any of your time on them. So if they are providing you with the news and giving their commentary, but they're also telling you to go listen to Nick Fuentes, for example, or they told you, providing you the news, providing the commentary, and then they're saying you really need to link up with the former NJP, the totally comical, ridiculous, broken into a million pieces, exactly as I predicted, NJP. Those people who are telling you to do that are fucking losers, and you shouldn't listen to anything they have to say. That's my opinion. I've been here for decades. So there are those kinds of content creators. Then there's another group who are going to come to you, individuals, content creators, organizations that are going to come to you, and they're going to say, here are our prescriptions. They're going to give you their findings from what's their diagnosis, to stick with that, their diagnosis of what's going on in the world, what's going on in our countries. And then they're going to give you some prescriptions and proscriptions. And these prescriptions are always fantasies. They're daydreams. And this is those of you out there who are doers and they would like to change the world like me. They would like to end our actual victimization. They've gotten tired of this group with their diagnosis and their pre and proscriptions about what should not be done to remedy things, because they're just daydreaming. They'll tell you, and we're going to see right now, we're going to hear from Joel Davis himself, which there are a certain number of fans for Joel. We're going to hear from himself, his daydreaming. And as I break that down, hopefully those who are still on the fence and they're still not sure, hopefully, like we had Moonrise saying real pragmatic stuff that I maybe I've had an aneurysm while I was listening. I was actually doing other things because I'm a busy person. I don't have time to just sit down and watch 2.5 hours of people going back and forth, glazing the hell out of Adolf Hitler and National Socialism. All right. But I heard what I heard. I didn't hear anything pragmatic. And more importantly, I've listened to these kind of daydreams for decades. And you can break that group up. These people who say they've got a remedy, here's their diagnosis, and here is their prognosis if their prescriptions and proscriptions are not followed. You like how I put that together? Of course you do. You're having a good time while you're listening to the hierarchy of white well-being. And you can break that group into two parts, those who feign to be, and some of whom are actual intellectuals, most of whom feign to be intellectuals. And then there is the more run-of-the-mill kind of a person. And these people, for decades, I've watched them get together in meetings. I've watched them get together at cookouts. I've watched them get together at conferences, and we go and sit down in the after parties at conferences, and they talk pedantically. And this is where I came up with the pedantic prattling, because they'll talk and talk and talk, and then they'll speculate about this or that approach or this or that idea or this or that interpretation of this or that thing. And at the very end of the day, they all feel, intellectually satisfied, if you know what I'm talking about. And there's nothing, though. There is no pragmatic way to go from A to B. You have idealism, you have idealistic individuals, and there is no realism. There is no realistic explanations, no realistic concrete things that people can do. You have the quixotic notions, the quixotic individuals, and then you don't have any of the pragmatism. What really is going on in the world? How really can people talk to those around them? So I was one of these people who said, okay, I believe what you're saying now. You've made a lot of great points. Boy, you've done a lot of reading. I believe it all makes sense. Now what do we do? Now what do people do to get involved and engaged and make a difference in the world? And ultimately, that's the conversation that's taking place right now as a consequence of a rift between Joel Davis and Nick Fuentes, a rift between individuals who are, I'm going to go ahead and guess, probably most or entirely white, who are maybe loath to go the direction of multiracial anti-Jew spurging, which the Fuentes community represents, this increasingly every day it's more multiracial. Every day it's less white. And so you've got this rift, and you have Joel Davis over in Australia arguing, rehabilitate Adolf Hitler, rehabilitate National Socialism, march in the streets. And you're going to hear some of the quotes that I got from him and the kinds of things that he said. So this then leaves its lane. And I'm happy to say that. And I'll tell you why in a second. It leaves its lane from the complaining and theorizing about what could be done to what can and should be done, which is our lane, which is We have a practice for that. We've been succeeding. If you want to do that, don't try to reinvent. Don't imitate me and say it's your original thoughts. Don't try to rewrite what I've done and steal what I've done. Just get on board, be an early adopter, and quit with this jealous Bravo Sierra. So stay in your lane. I'm happy to say that now because there were so many in the NJP who said, as we were having successes, as we were saving people from suicide, as we were changing the pictures that mainstream media were using, as we were changing the policies at police departments, as we were changing the curriculum at schools for our children, as we were having the successes, these vegetables decided to put together a National Socialist Party in America, the biggest that I think has ever existed. And they said, oh, this is the path now. And these SOBs literally to me, dozens of times if once, told me to stay in my lane because they had the path to the recapture of our destiny. They were the National Socialist Party of America. They were going to recapture. And so these upstarts with no success, using a strategy and ideology that has done nothing but fail for our people and send people to prison, nothing, show up and they tell me to stay in my lane. Well, I'm happy to tell you, I'm still here. We'll start having successes. And you have dissolved. You shuddered for the exact reasons I said you would. The thing totally fell apart. The insiders with any intelligence said they couldn't lead their dog to take a shit in the woods, much less save the white race. So I will gladly tell these people, stay in your lane. We have the remedy for the recapture of our destiny. Now, that means the end of our victimization. You hearing this as part of this ongoing conversation that has recurred hundreds of times over the decades. Should it be National Socialism that white people embrace across the West? Should we rehabilitate Adolf Hitler and the NSDAP? And then the arguments go back and forth. There are plenty of people who say, what are you even talking about? And then others who want to debate over the little jots and the little tittles. And here it is again, yet again. And Joel and his entourage, they will march forward, pun intended, and people will go to jail and they won't get the results that they told everybody that they would be able to have by openly embracing Adolf Hitler and National Socialism. So you can make your mind up. Do you want to continue in this absolute merry-go-round of dipshittery? Or do you want to get off of that merry-go-round and get involved in the real adult activities of this community in service to white well-being, achieving success? That's it. Those are your options. Do you want to go with the people having success or not? I'm going to open that video up right now. I'm going to watch with you all. Let's see. What is the time? Looks like it's just like 60 seconds or so. I'll let you all watch it first, and then I will break it down for you, and so you could get a clear understanding of what's happening. Before I do that, I want to say that we are up and running across numerous platforms. We're having success. We're having big success. We've had a couple of big victories. By the way, we may have a victory on Odyssey, but we need an experiment to see if it's worked yet or not. Could someone try to gift $1 bill as a test over on Odyssey to see if you are able to gift me cash dollars? And we'll see if that comes through. Let me know. Tag me as No White Guilt if you tried and it didn't work, or you did not get the option to be able to gift me $1 over there on Odyssey to see if it works. We are working in the direction of restoring the debanking in some of these places. It's great to be here. It's great to be with everybody. You can financially gift on Entropy, Odyssey, maybe it's just crypto, D-Live, Premium Rumble, an unmentionable platform that you've always been able to financially gift on. I'll be keeping my eyes on that. Subscribe Star as well. Entropy, of course, is the Dude Bro Moment platform. Be keeping an eye primarily on the chats on YouTube, on Twitter X, and on Premium Rumble. If you have something intelligent to say over on the live chat on Twitter X, I'll put it up on the screen. And I hope to see people over there. Daughter of Eve and Ivan the Horrible are the only ones that have shown up yet. Greetings, a great brother Jason, a white well-being forever to our community, says the great daughter of Eve. Thank you so much, and good to see you. There's the great studio. Dino Storm is in the house. Good to see you, brother. Solid behind blue eyes. Good to see you. Great name. Sweet Shell. Hello and welcome to you. So do you see the difference between, it's very simple, between what the rest of the white sympathetic sphere does and what we do here? Is a fundamental difference. I was you. At some point you said, okay, I got it. Now what do we do to fix it? And I got to work fixing it. These great champions have joined because that's where their heart was as well. And here we are today with 14 people who have gotten off the path to suicide, 2 children named after me, major media companies changing the imagery they use, police departments changing their policies because of us, elementary schools changing their curriculum because of the Go Free practice, courts in Canada adjudicating that we are safe for children in tense scenarios where father and mother are fighting over the children, and so many more victories. We can't even mention them all because there are just so many. So you could choose that. You could choose to go that direction, or you could keep fritting away your time. So and we need as many people to show up as we can possibly get, because so many people out there are so low IQ, vegetable slop, that all they look for is how many people have shown up, how many likes there are, how many retweets there are. So you got to do your part to bring in more people so we can get people hooked on the best practice there is in service to white well-being. Again, I'm going to pop this up on the screen. I'll be keeping an eye out for your comments. Tag me as No White Guilt across these different platforms. We're also going to talk about SN, because maybe you've seen him in the live chat. He's now extremely sus, given a question that he asked yours truly that I did not see during the stream on Sunday. So I'm going to go ahead and answer it here today. But I want to get into this Joel and Mark. I also want to mention, as I put this up on the screen, I also want to mention that these communities, the people who follow these folks, don't like me. They don't like, there's very little crossover. They don't like me. They don't like the Go Free practice. They don't like, and actually, you know, before I show this, I want to show a video, and I'll put that up on the screen here in just 1 second. A short video. So swashing on these communities is not going to be a good use of your time. Going over to these different national socialists and etc., it's one thing to do it to swash in their circles, you know, once in a blue moon, as the saying it goes. It's one thing to do it once in a blue moon, but we are rapidly running out of time. We cannot waste our efforts and waste our time on people who are, the vast majority of whom we know are dead set on playing, are dead set on this, literally LARPing, are dead set on it. We need to reach our brothers and sisters out there, the vagues, in their millions, tens, and hundreds of millions, with the concepts that they will be able to identify as useful to them personally, and therefore they will take them up. Many of them will never know who we are. They will never know where the concepts came from, and that's fine, because they become an agent of the reclamation of our destiny the moment they begin using the concepts that empower them in their conversations that we've created for them to do so. That's where we need to be. Continually butting our heads up against these communities is a waste of our time. So for the swashbucklers out there, there is no use. Just don't waste your time over there. If you want to every now and again go and swash in one of their chats or whatever, that's one thing. Spend your time under the videos and in the threads and in the chat rooms of ordinary white people, MAGA white people, conservative white people, First Amendment white people, fishing white people, hunting white people, NASCAR white people that like astronomy. Spend your time in those circles swashing with these tools. Of course, in the audiences of people like Jeremy Hambley and Mark Dice and Benny Johnson and so many others, these people, Matt Walsh, Keith Woods and Keith Knowles and so many others, their audiences hear these concepts, they read these concepts, and they are wont to adopt them. And that's what fundamentally we need to happen. That's what fundamentally we need to take place. So just a little more info there on how to handle the sort of crowds here that are distilling out of this split as the multiracial anti-Jew spurging continues. And it looks like we've got a response from Land of the Fake over here on Odyssey. It says the super chat feature appears to be disabled for you or for me. So you can't. Okay, Huda Thunka just got in here, said with 5 library tokens, he said, no more dragging the white negatives up to you. Have them climb up to you and only offer a hand when it is requested by them. Amen to that, Huda Thunka. Thank you so much, brother. Now, to help really clear up the split that is driving this argument again, instigating it, of should you rehabilitate Adolf Hitler and National Socialist Germany? In one vein, that's the Mark Collett, the Joel Davis vein. Should you just be an ethno-nationalist? Should you be an ethno-nationalist? Keith Woods vein. And then you have the Nick Fuentes multiracial anti-Jew spurging vein. There was a poll that was run the other day on an account that has a variety of, from what I could tell when I looked at it, a variety of people from different parts of the explicit white sympathetic sphere. And they asked in this poll, this individual that carried out the poll, actually a couple polls, who was the number one pro-white leader? Vote on the number one pro-white leader. And this individual included me in there as well, although I'm white positive, but he included me in there as well. And the results are telling, because this community, or his audience, if you will, are part of this shift away, or maybe some of these individuals never fans of the multiracial Jew spurging of Nick Fuentes and his buddy Kanye West while he throws tantrums. This audience, what did they vote for? Well, the individual who was in charge had to carry out numerous polls, it appears, numerous requests for polls. And I think the reason why is I'll mention in a moment. But the guy who won as the number one pro-white leader was Gypsy Crusader. That tells you everything you need to know about the kind of masses, the kind of numbers of people who turn out for content. Are they interested in remedying our situation? No, of course they're not. Of course they're not. They're interested in, and more power to them to be interested in this. It's not my thing, but it's theirs. To be interested in lowbrow, uneducated, slandering, snarky, snickering comedy, lowbrow comedy, what Gypsy Crusader does. All right. And that's fine. That can be his thing. He does the lowbrow. He does the lowbrow comedy. That can be his thing. But the question was, who is the best leader of the pro-white? Pro-white. What exactly does it mean? Well, apparently what it means is who can make the most vegetabilized audience snicker the most? Who can make the most vegetabilized audience? These are the people who will and who have come out to slander me, to tell you that you shouldn't heed anything I have to say, and for any number of reasons that they think will get you personally to turn against me, to turn against White Wellbeing, to turn against the good work that we are doing. They want to drag everybody down into their misery. Well, the guy who was running the poll ran again and again, as I say, at least as I saw what was happening, and essentially ended up luring in enough of the Patriot Front membership to vote for Thomas Rousseau. And so Thomas Rousseau just barely ended up in the very end. He ran like a final poll, and he was able to get Thomas Rousseau to just inch out Gypsy Crusader. But without the Patriot Front membership voting, it was a runaway of Gypsy Crusader. So on one hand, you have the multiracial Jew spurging of Nick Fuentes, Kanye West, and then on the other hand, and you can see how this audience in both cases is an audience in its toto of people who just want ignorant, low IQ, snarky ass comedy. That's what they want. When you hear people, for example, talk about Fuentes, the number one thing is they think he's funny. Well, the number one thing about Gypsy Crusader is that he's funny. There is nothing tangible to take you in your life, in the circle of your family, the circle of your workers, the circle of your friends, from where we are today to someplace better. So you can really see by the result of this poll, and the video I'm going to show here in just a moment, and didn't even mean for it to turn out the way that it did, but the video that I'm going to share with you all, you can really see how no wonder there has never been any success in service to white well-being. No wonder, because this is the mentality. And remember what I told you, when Kanye West, who, by the way, Kanye West doesn't like Hitler. He doesn't love Hitler. He doesn't love National Socialist Germany. He's not an endorser of National Socialism. He doesn't know anything about it. He is a black nationalist who dislikes Jews and knows that praising Hitler upsets Jews. And that's why he does it. That's the only reason that he's not a Christian. There's no deeper meaning to it. He held a seance for his naked wife on her birthday that Nick Fuentes was present for. Did you know that? He held a seance for his naked wife that Nick Fuentes, this is not a Christian. This is not Christian love. He is a POS that is just flaunting the swastika and saying he loves Hitler because he knows it angers the Jews that he is angry with. And why is he angry with them? Because when it comes to agents, when it comes to venue owners, when it comes to music titles and music companies, the majority of it is owned by Jewish people. And they make him pay a significant fee to be able to make his billions. And he doesn't like that. I don't know about you, but if you could be a billionaire, if I could be a billionaire, I would pay them whatever. If they wanted big money, hey, I get to be a billionaire at the end of the day, I would pay it. So it tells you a lot about the mentality that this Kanye West has motivating him. And I see now, thank you very much, that apparently SN is in the chat. And if he says, if I got any mods present, if he insults me, just ban him. ban him because he is sus. And the question he asked on Sunday reveals that, and I'll be getting to that when I get to that, not before I'm ready to get to that. So any insulting of me, banned. That easy. Troll slayed. So that's why Kanye West does what he does. This crowd out there that forms these audiences that wants one of these two things, this is the kind of idiocy that the people who are the audience, this is what they want. This is what they vote for. This is what they show up with and become follower counts.
White supremacist homeboy Nick. We back.
You're saying you're a white supremacist?
I'm not a white supremacist. I'm also influenced.
I know. I saw that. Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't speak Taco.
Now, I didn't mean for him, I didn't know he was going to be saying that. That's how it ended up. He didn't speak. I think he says taco. But I don't know. After Fuentes is explaining to the police officer that he's not a white supremacist because he's Mexican, his last name is Fuentes. But this is what they want. And then beyond this, you have this debate right here, and I will let this play up until 26:15, and then we'll go back and I will break it down for you. But this is, out of what I heard out of the 2.5 hours, the most intellectually honest segment of for Joel and his argument.
I think that's the argument against what you're saying, Joel, is that so there's several arguments that I didn't really want to get into this straight away, but I was more sort of hoping you'd sort of discuss how and why it is relevant today. Because, I mean, Keith's major argument, or one of Keith's major arguments, or one of your major detractors' arguments, is that, a history lesson's a great thing, and sort of discussing, why things were relevant, how they came about, how they grew in that era is fascinating. But we're in 2025 now. National Socialism sort of burnt in the fires of Germany in 1945. And, we're 80 years on from that now. I was more sort of looking for your perspective on why it is, or why you believe
here's why it is, Mark, because for example, as an Australian, to make it more concrete, as an Australian, we have obviously a white nationalist tradition. Australia was federated in 1901 under the leadership of a white nationalist movement. Obviously, we didn't rebel against the crown. In retrospect, we probably should have, but we didn't. I don't say that because of any kind of anti-Anglo sentiment. Obviously, I am an Anglo-Saxon, but the reason why I say that is because there were some radical elements in our nationalist movement that wanted to rebel against the crown and put the White Australia policy in our constitution. And basically, we were watered down quite significantly by the British Parliament in some of the more radical aspects of what was aimed for by the nationalist movement. But nevertheless, we established the White Australia policy through legislation, and we built a white nationalist country. We had a nationalized banking system. We had a very good government, comparatively speaking, prior to the Second World War in Australia. Noble, good nationalist men. As people say, Joel, why are you worried about this Hitler stuff? Australia had these great nationalist leaders to begin with. They had a strong, robust white nationalist tradition. Why not just focus on the Australian nationalist tradition? Why even bring in this foreign German stuff? And the response to that is very simple. The Australian white nationalist tradition, which I do look to and I do admire and I talk about frequently, and obviously is part of our history, so it would be silly not to, it was fundamentally a liberal tradition. So I don't believe that we can have a solution to what is the world that we now exist in, which is a world in which liberalism and nationalism have turned against each other and are now enemies, where the project of global liberalism is fundamentally anchored in destroying nationalism and preventing any real nationalism from existing. I don't believe it's possible to create a liberal version of nationalism. and that's viable. I think we have to accept the reality of where we are in history, that nationalism has to oppose itself to liberalism. And so therefore I have to go and look to historical situations where that happened, where nationalist movements of our counterparts in Europe turned on liberalism, and why, and what methods they used to then draw inspiration to create a liberal nationalist movement in Australia, because there wasn't one in any kind of serious way in our history. We didn't need one necessarily, because liberalism hadn't fallen into this crisis of contradiction until the post-World War II international order came about through the defeat of National Socialism, and liberalism became, more self-consciously an anti-nationalist project, where liberalism's core commitment now is defending basically minority rights and interests against the assertion of the majority will. That is very explicitly the project now, and it's basically the official state policy of my country now. How did that come into being, and why, and what do you do about that? Well, what you do about that is you assert the majority will in a direct political form. There is no form more pure that I can see in history of doing that than the National Socialists of Germany, where it was a completely totalizing and comprehensive political project anchored in that fundamental principle. And so that's why I derive not only inspiration from that project, but also why that project needs to be rehabilitated, because if that project is demonized and is considered this great historical evil, and there isn't some kind of revisionist process where we can bring those ideas back into the discussion, where we can consider them again in an open way and consider their strengths and weaknesses or whatever. We can't have that kind of mature discussion about them. We then basically have completely cut ourselves off from being able to form a robust and militant illiberal nationalism that is capable of doing what is necessary, in my view, to save our people. Because I think only a radical political project is ultimately going to be capable of addressing the great crisis of demographics, the way in which, for example, my country, but this is true for pretty much every country, the way in which we've been integrated into this global marketplace, and we've lost so much of our economic sovereignty, in addition to having all these foreigners brought in, and our elites are all traders that are part of an international clique, and obviously the role of Jewish subversion, but not just that, communist subversion, and so on. When the National Socialists came to power, they eradicated Marxism, they removed Jews from all positions of power, they completely crushed Freemasonry, they wiped out all the enemies of the German people from political life and from public life. They banned foreign-owned media. They banned Jewish-owned media. Only media that was by the German people, for the German people, in the interest of the German people, was able to exist. And so they protected the collective psyche of their people from subversion by alien and hostile foreign elements. That isn't a liberal idea. That's an idea, nevertheless, that I support and is necessary. A liberal nationalist movement isn't able to be as totalizing, where you could seize state power, where you could use state power to totally crush the enemies of your people and instantiate a positive project of basically developing the blood and quality of the race of your nation in very explicit terms. National Socialism does this. National Socialism also has a intense realism about human nature and the human condition. The reality of struggle, the reality that ultimately because nationalism is built on this idea of self-determination, right? And you hear a lot of, the concept of the so-called right to self-determination. Apparently, the liberal world order gives all the nations that make it up, it recognizes that they have a right to self-determination, apparently. But it's an ideological phantasm. You don't actually have self-determination unless you are powerful enough to assert it. If your right to self-determination is guaranteed by another country or a set of international alliances that you're subject to, you're not actually determining your own destiny. You're subject to their whims. So you can see the so-called American guarantee of self-determination. It doesn't really feel very much like self-determination. It gives you the right to essentially have the ideology that the US State Department wants you to have, which just so happens to correspond with you being softcore genocided in your own country, nationalist movements being suppressed so that they can't assert any kind of independent will from this process, and your entire economic and financial system being integrated into an international system that you don't control, run by foreigners who don't give a shit about you and exploit you essentially for their own benefit. So that's why National Socialism needs to be rehabilitated, because the demonization of the set of ideas that are bundled underneath National Socialism is the demonization of a bundle of ideas that need to be applied to create a comprehensive political solution to the problems that are facing us as nationalists today. If we have to cuck ourselves and limit ourselves to only doing nationalism within a liberal framework, we will not create a political movement that is radical or revolutionary enough to achieve the victory that is necessary.
All right, that was encapsulates the totality. Everything he just said there, he says throughout the rest of that 2.5 hours, just repeating and saying the same thing in various ways. Let me get it back to where and then we will. And what did you all hear as we were going through? I actually had my note on the time, on the length was wrong, but I wanted to hear more of what I wanted to allow him to be heard, more of what he had to say, all the way up to that point where Mark responds and begins at that point endorsing Joel and much of the rest of the conversation, that National Socialism is needed now more than ever, as Adolf Hitler's National Socialist, NSDAP, and Joel throws in a little bit closer toward the end this, well, everybody's National Socialist rehabilitation of Hitler can look a little different depending on the country that you're in. It doesn't have to be exactly, well, what would it matter? I mean, what are you going to put a shamrock on Hitler if you're in Ireland? I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to have a bald eagle sitting on Hitler's shoulder in America? It's the exact same thing. But that was Mark ends up pushing back a little bit, saying that, and that's where that comment came from ultimately, that the BNP, they were nationalist people, they were socialists as well, and so both the elements were there, but they didn't go out and try to rehabilitate Hitler and tell the world that they were National Socialists. But then those people, and it's a pertinent part, and the reason I mention it, as the BNP grew, the people who were actual devotees of Adolf Hitler were pushed out of the party. They got rid of them, or those people ended up having to conceal their adoration for the National Socialist, NSDAP, German Workers' Party in Germany, in order to remain. And so it begs the question, as you'll see a lot as we work back through what Joel just said there, a lot of begging the question, how and why did those people decide to get rid of the folks in the BNP who were Hitlerists or whatever you want to call them? How and why? And who were you needing to get votes from? Was there a different population out there that you needed to get votes from? Was there a completely different white race? Was it just anomalous that the white race within the nationalist workings of the BNP wanted to get rid of what's that social morality that's at work, rather than, and this where the big error is laid, and that's where so many of these people now are getting this question wrong, rather than the narrative of World War II. These people think that anti-whites need Hitler and Nazi Germany in order to do what they do. How many of you actually have gone for long spates without a rebuttal argument, an anti-white rebuttal argument containing your Hitler, or you're trying to create the Third Reich? They don't need the World War II narrative. If anything, it's been for generations, several generations now, slowly sliding further and further off the table of relevance and importance. It's not something that's new. I saw somebody in the chat write something like, well, this is a new development that the Gen Z, by the way, Gen Z, most screwed up generation. There are great people in Gen Z, most screwed up one yet. And the next one that's coming up will be the more screwed up. So there's this saying, oh, there's this movement that they are, you know, they're irreverent when it comes to World War II. It's all going to change. Are you kidding? Are you listening? Are you a vegetable? Because they don't need Hitler in World War II. They didn't need Hitler in World War II before. It's the social morality. So let's pop this back up on the screen. We're not going to go, the bottom line is however many of us are here right now or who end up showing up to participate. The reality is that this is seriously what you're looking at as your options. And these options, Gypsy Crusader, Kanye West and Nick Fuentes, and the pedantic prattling of the wannabe academics, the wannabe academic peacocks, the historical revisionists. I mean, this is such a psychotic Groundhog Day movie. And it doesn't matter how many people in how many ways end up losing their lives, losing their livelihoods, everything going to shit for them. These fools, I mean, do you really think somebody who will vote for Fuentes or Gypsy Crusader, are you surprised that they would slander a white guy like me? So let's just take a look. And now I'm going to bungee in with my comments here. And hopefully you're thinking the same things. And if you are thinking something, whether it be something I'm sharing or not, tag me as No White Guilt. I'm going to be looking to the chats now at this segment as we review what I think. I'm being as intellectually honest as I can. I think that Joel would take a look at this and say, yes, that segment there really kind of encapsulates it all vis-a-vis the other segments when he spoke. But I will tell you this, as we are about to listen to this segment that I think encapsulates Joel's position. Joel said 3 other quotes during this discussion with Mark that I feel is really worth mentioning. He said, quote, when the masses see 100,000 men marching in uniforms, fighting for them, they will join. And then it's that show of force, they will join, what have you. So when the masses see 100,000 men marching in uniforms, fighting for them, they will join that show of force, which of course we know shows of force are shows of farce. They're not impressing anybody. They're not scaring anybody. They are playing perfectly into the anti-white narrative. Every one of our brothers and sisters on the streets see white guys marching in uniforms, and they see, well, they're about to genocide the non-white people. They don't see heroes of their people. But it really, and most importantly, begs the question, doesn't it? Where are you going to get 100,000 white men? What a fucking daydream that is. Why does anybody give any attention to this childishness? Are there any adults? Are there any white adults left? Once they see 100,000 white men marching in uniform, fighting for them. Okay, once the Martians come and create an allyship with us, then it will be resolved. He also said this, pay attention, quote, people are not going to go to jail for an optical marketing strategy. They will go to jail for an idea they believe in with their whole heart, close quote. I want you to note that he knows exactly where you're going to go when you participate. He's saying that you can't look good to the public optical marketing strategy and expect us to go to jail for that. What is true throughout the statement? That you're going to jail. You're going to jail. Now, is that what you want to hear from your leader, your thought leader, your content leader, your content creator? Is that what you want to hear? You're going to jail. You're going to have like hate crimes and everything else on your record. And don't you dare tell me, well, that's what it, because this is what Mark would say. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take that kind of sacrifice. No, it doesn't, because that kind of sacrifice has done zero for us. Zero. It's ruined tons of people's lives. So the common denominator in Joel's mind is you're going to jail, and you can't expect people to go to jail for slick marketing, but they will go to jail happily for a cause they believe in. Joel would not say that, would not want that for somebody he cared about, for somebody he loved. All that can happen to a person in jail, all that does happen, all that happens as a consequence with their employment opportunities and their mate opportunities, whether or not they're going to be able to have a family. Unless he's a psychopath, he's not going to want that for somebody he cares about. So why in God's name would you listen to him when he's talking about your future? And don't come to me with this quixotic, idealistic, well, we got to, just like the movies, we got to go marching and everything. Because you don't do any, I know you guys, you don't do shit. You don't do shit. You sit around and you tell everybody what it's going to require, and then you do nothing. Here's the final quote I want to share. If you try to do that, and now I have to define for you what that is, because he said it in the previous sentence. And here's the that. The that is assert European particularism over universality. So in other words, object to our victimization. Object to our victimization rather than say that there are principles beyond us that just so happen to be victimizing us, and so therefore it just should be that way. So if you're going to assert European particularism over universality, you got it? If you do that in a racist way, they are going to call you a Nazi, and they're going to be more or less correct. So I think you have to accept it. That's a quote from this video of Joel. He's saying that if you assert European particularism over universality in a racist way, which he's advocating for, they, Marxist Jews, whatever he calls them, are going to call you a Nazi. So you might as well accept it. I mean, I think I was 17 the first time I heard that argument. It's been failing since then. And of course, it was in place before my involvement. How many people have stepped up and tried to rehabilitate National Socialist Germany? National Socialism? How many people have done that and tried and failed? Well, it's uncountable. There are probably tens of thousands who have tried and failed that you'll never know the names of. But then there are others like George Lincoln Rockwell, no success. Ernst Zundel, and more on the side of talking about the Holocaust, no success. Matt Hale, no success. Mark Webber, no success. Ben Klassen, no success. Don Black, no success. To a degree, David Duke, no success. I mean, we could just go on and on and on. And what would be better is if all along we had kept a catalog of everybody who bought into that and went to jail, who bought into that, and then their son decided he was transgender and hated the white race, who bought into it, and then the daughters decide that they're going to do something based in love and light instead. It would be nice if we had an extensive catalog. We talk about a lot of these people, but let's get into this. Is rank this kind of conversation, honestly, is for the rank midwit slop that are out there, because they do nothing. They slander those who are actively doing things, and by slandering us who are actually succeeding, they frighten, they intimidate content creators out of speaking with us, the people who are exercising the remedy.
Here's why it is, Mark, because for example, as an Australian, to make it more concrete, as an Australian, we have obviously a white nationalist tradition. Australia was federated in 1901 under the leadership of a white nationalist movement. Obviously, we didn't rebel against the crown. In retrospect, we probably should have, but we didn't. I don't say that because of any kind of...
I got to ask this. For all the times that my 100% Germanic look has been called a Jew and said that that Jason is a Jew, for all the times, look at the bottom lip on Joel Davis. I mean, for sake.
Anti-Anglo sentiment. Obviously, I am an Anglo-Saxon, but the reason why I say that is because there were some radical elements in our nationalist movement that wanted to rebel against the crown and put the White Australia policy in our constitution. And basically, we were watered down quite significantly by the British Parliament in some of the more radical aspects of what was aimed for by the nationalist movement. But nevertheless, we established the White Australia policy through legislation, and we built a white nationalist country. We had a nationalized banking system. We had a very...
And wouldn't it have been nice if at that time there had been a House of Swash long before us, and they had written into the Constitution and the laws of our once great country of Australia that anti-whiteism is prohibited, that anything that injures white people is illegal? And then all of the conversations that take place in people's homes and in governmental halls is, does this harm white people? Wouldn't that be nice?
Good government, comparatively speaking, prior to the Second World War in Australia. Noble, good nationalist men. As people say, Joel, why are you worried about this Hitler stuff? Australia had these great nationalist leaders to begin with. They had a strong, robust white nationalist tradition. Why not just focus on the Australian nationalist tradition? Why even bring in this foreign German stuff? And the response to that is very simple. The Australian white nationalist tradition, which I do look to and I do admire and I talk about frequently, and obviously is part of our history, so it would be silly not to, it was fundamentally a liberal tradition. So I don't believe that we can have a solution to what is the world that we now exist in, which is a world in which liberalism and nationalism have turned against each other and are now enemies.
Okay. Pause. I see the great Raymond Foster is with us. Good to see you, brother. There's an actual Australian champion fighting for white well-being. Nationalism and socialism have turned against each other. Liberalism. What did he just do? This is part and parcel of the rank midwit slop, anthropomorphizing collections of ideas. They don't do anything. I need you to understand, this is a very important thing to understand, because you're going to see this come back, and it is an extremely important element of what he's saying, is that collections of ideas do things. For example, and maybe I won't say it yet. We'll wait till he says it, and then I will rebut it. But I will point out right now that you cannot think clearly, you cannot think properly if you anthropomorphize, you make into a living being with human characteristics, things that are not. when you talk about government that way, when you talk about ideology that way, when you talk about political vehicle that way, you undermine lucidity to the point of absurdity. It is rank midwit slop. And as a person that has been studying and working on this for a very long time, and perhaps has an IQ that'll make you nosebleed, I cannot tell you how fed up I am with this stupidity. But no wonder this guy, Joel, he's clearly more intelligent than the people who are voting for Gypsy Crusader as the number one. By the way, they voted for Gypsy Crusader as the leader of the, quote, pro-white movement above Joel Davis. He was on the list as well.
Where the project of global liberalism is fundamentally anchored in destroying nationalism and preventing any real nationalism from existing. I don't believe it's possible to create a liberal version of nationalism that's viable. I think we have to accept the reality of where we are in history, that nationalism has to oppose itself to liberalism. And so therefore,
again, nationalism has to oppose itself to liberalism. Do you hear the slop? Talk about sloppy thought. Nancy Drew is here in reference to the idea of sacrificing yourself for the cause. Once you're sacrificed, you're no longer available for the cause. There's no more than one way. There's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say. Well, yeah, if you go out into the world and you play the villain and you end up in jail, you have actually done nothing for us. But you have affirmed the narrative that keeps us suppressed. So by affirming the narrative, the anti-white narrative that suppresses us, you have behaved in an anti-white way. You have strengthened the anti-whites. This is not, again, it's rank midwittery when you take a solution for one environment and attempt to apply it to other environments. And please, if you're like listening and you're like, boy, I'm having a hard time following, just be led along on the, I get it. You probably have something you do in life that you started talking about it, and I would be listening and I would be like, wow, I don't understand what's going on. And I would just listen and heed the outcomes. So if it makes no sense, you can at least see the outcomes. You can at least see what ends up happening. So the solution about sacrificing yourself ultimately comes down to a militaristic scenario. You can think of it in the way of a militaristic scenario. There's a pillbox, and it's got a machine gunner in it. And we need somebody to run out into the site of the gunman so that he will train his machine gun on that person. And while he does that, we will be able to sneak around and we'll be able to take the pillbox. The issue is the guy who runs out is likely to get shot and die. So if you sacrifice yourself in that scenario, we have a chance of overcoming. And that's ultimately, you can now take that scenario and you can put it in the workplace. You can put, like, if somebody stands up in the workplace and says that they are a Nazi, they sacrifice, they're going to get fired. They might go to jail or whatever, like Joel is saying. But then we will capture the business. No, not even remotely sane. And again, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on your comments here on Twitter X, as well as YouTube and on Premium Rumble, which we see is already hopping. We have, let me have to increase the size, West Virginia over here on Premium Rumble saying Fuentes is a Mexican in a different word than Mexican. But that's what he's saying. And that's true. Remember to tag me as No White Guilt if you have a comment that you would like me to see and read and or respond to. I want to get your input. We are a team. There isn't it's children who play like there's a leader. We're adults. We're on a team. We're making this happen together. Many of you have education in areas that I have no idea about. Many of you are brilliant people. Many of you have talents that I can't even begin to approximate. We are on a team and we are doing this together. It's the only way we're going to recapture our destiny. Get your heads. I mean, I get it that the people will vote for Gypsy Crusader will think that, they're going to be hero hoping and somebody's going to come along and it's just, and all of a sudden there's going to be 100,000 white fit men marching in the streets fighting for you. They would gun you down. You wouldn't even get anywhere close, of course, to hundreds of thousands. I see the great Fornull is with us. Gentile Gentleman is here, I think. Is that the gentleman? Is that Gentile Gentleman or is that somebody else? The Westman is here. Says GC put a target on his back and got himself imprisoned. Who's GC? That's not Davis. The great Sloths is with us. Good to see you, brother. The anti-whites are not attacking nationalism. They're attacking white people. Do not die for pride in the eyes of your victimizer. Great response. The great Franklin is here as well. Good to see you. Let's keep rolling on this.
I have to go and look to historical situations where...
Okay. And I'd let you listen to it first, so you can't complain now that I'm stopping it too much. He's saying you have to look to history to look for a remedy. Wrong. First of all, every single person that I've ever listened to, and I've listened to far more than you will ever listen to in your life, on World War II and what these people were thinking in Germany and in Japan and in Italy and etc. What they were thinking. Every single take has been ahistorical. Every single take has been derived from the conclusions of people who were not there, who do not have the first person sources, who are building a world and who have built a world inside of their head with its own set of physics where they fill in the blanks with their imagination and come to conclusions that are in every case ahistorical. They ignore the contexts. They play up parts of what is claimed to have historically happened that will suit the position that they're taking at the moment. They will ignore elements that disaffirm their conclusions. There is no precedent for the situation we're in now. There is nowhere you can look. And this takes place not even with World War II, not just World War II, but it's World War II often. It's National Socialist German Workers' Party often. It is, and by the way, later in this stream, Joel starts talking about how they were the NSDAP. They were advancing these intellectualisms, these intellectual ideas, these intellectual arguments about nationalism and about socialism and all. And they grew. Look at how they grew. Except they were how many 80 people or whatever it was that were actual members before Hitler came along and said no, throwing all that to the gutter. I mean, so this is what I'm talking about. So you're not going to find an answer for where we are today or for what will remedy where we are today in the past. It doesn't exist.
That happened where nationalist movements of our counterparts in Europe turned on liberalism and why and what methods they used to then draw inspiration to create a liberal nationalist movement.
Okay, I got to jump in right there. He loves this word illiberal. Illiberal. How does that word strike you? I want you to go out this coming week and ask people in your circles, what does illiberal mean? Don't look it up, just ask. If you look up illiberal, you'll find the dictionary definition is that illiberal is opposed to freedom of thought and behavior. That's the dictionary definition. So he says he wants something illiberal. If people look it up, they'll see that it means that. But the average person is hearing ultimately this when they hear illiberal. They're ultimately hearing a dictionary definition because they've grown up with the actionable definition that liberal is freedom of thinking, freedom to do what you want, freedom to be happy, freedom to pursue your dreams, freedom. That's what we've grown up with all across the West. So if you start telling them that what they need is illiberal, you're going to have a negative reaction. So we're in our critique, we're talking about a couple different levels here, but you can see ultimately a couple different levels of the individual, a couple different levels of societies at large, socio-politics. We're talking about a couple different things. You've got to follow along. This is an extremely complex thing, and we cannot continue to allow ourselves to be pushed around by people who vote for Gypsy Crusader and people who vote for Nick Fuentes and Kanye West because of their stupidity, because they just want to have a snarky laugh. You've got to try to follow along because there is a galaxy worth of difference between I am selling you on tell us that it's beautiful and everything will be great and you just have to adopt it and you just have to pledge yourself to it, and the pragmatism of how do you deal with the thoughts in your own head that are undermining you? How do you deal with arguing on behalf of our people with your wife, with your husband, with your children, with your parents, with your cousins, with your coworkers, with your colleagues, with your neighbors, with your strangers that you come across? That's an infinite world of difference. One is clearly play. And these are the people who are getting the audiences.
In Australia, because there wasn't one in any kind of serious way in our history. We didn't need one necessarily because liberalism hadn't fallen into this crisis of contradiction until the post-World War II international order came about through the defeat of National Socialism, and liberalism became, more self-consciously an anti-nationalist project, where liberalism's core commitment now is defending basically minority rights and interests against the assertion of the majority will.
All right. So he does this throughout the totality, and it is a signal of amateurish behavior. He's articulating why we all need this teleos. He's articulating why we need it, and he then will segue like these little jaunts into the here's all that is going bad, and here's the bad that's out there as a consequence of these things, which we presumably everybody listening has already accepted as the case. So it's amateurish. He's padding his argument for his philosophy, his prescription, his proscriptions. He's padding it with all of this other material that people have already accepted because there isn't much there.
That is very explicitly the project now, and it's basically the official state policy of my country now. How did that come into being, and why, and what do you do about that? Well, what you do about that is you assert the majority will in a direct political form. There is no form more pure.
Listen to that.
How did that come into being, and why, and what do you do about that? Well, what you do about that is you assert the majority will in a direct political form.
Begs the question. How do you assert the will of the majority? Further, how do you assert it in a political form? So you can see right now, we talk about politics all the time. There's no hope through politics. Politics is a game of money. Forget even for a moment the social morality that we are all swimming around in the universe with in the West. Forget about that for a moment, even though that's all consuming and all determinative. If you were to ignore that for a moment, for a thought experiment, and just accept the reality that politics is a game of money, you see that there's no hope. There is no hope. They have infinite monetary resources. You are not starting a political party and recapturing our destiny. There is no hope of that until we win on the social moral level, which is the ground level upon which everything is built. So you can hear right now, can't you? I know somebody like the great Fourneau can hear right now these followers saying, no, Joel has the answer. You just have to assert the political will of the majority, because they are rank midwit slop. They don't know that that's the equivalent of saying, we just need the Martians to fight with us. If the Martians fight, you just have to assert the political will of the majority. Talk about putting the cart ahead of the horse. That's more like killing the horse. Killing the horse and then saying, we just need to reach our destination. Well, you've just killed the horse.
There is no form more pure that I can see in history of doing that than the National Socialists of Germany.
Okay, so there you have the National Socialists of Germany, purest form. That's how you assert the will of the majority. Okay, and continues to beg the question.
Where it was completely totalizing and comprehensive.
Okay, here you go with a history lesson about National Socialist Germany and how it worked. That's ahistorical. That is ahistorical. It's ignoring an enormous amount of context.
Political project anchored in that fundamental principle. And so that's why I derive not only inspiration from that project, but also why that project needs to be rehabilitated. Because if that project...
Okay, there goes the rehabilitation. The project, you see, if you say it in a certain way, it sounds better than totally asinine, which is what it is. You need to play the villain, and you need to tell all of your friends, family, strangers, bosses, coworkers, you need to tell them that Hitler was right, the Nazis were right, and you need to convince them all of it. That's the stupidity. But when he says that it's this project and he uses this different vernacular, it sounds better. At least it sounds better for the midwit slop out there.
Project is demonized and is considered this great historical evil. And there isn't some kind of, revisionist process where we can bring those ideas back into the discussion where we can...
Okay, so revisionist history can't be done, been failing for generations.
Can consider them again in an open way and consider their strengths and weaknesses or whatever. We can't have that kind of mature discussion about them. We then basically have completely cut ourselves off from being able to form a robust and militant liberal nationalism.
There he says illiberal again.
Themselves off, kind of mature discussion about them.
So look at what Joel's about to say. That he personally has, over the years, come face to face with the anti-white argument that, this is National Socialism, this is Nazism, and he's saying there's no way around it, except there is. I've been doing it for decades. I've been winning and counseling people to victories innumerable. Non-Perel. So he's saying there's no way around it. You have to play the villain. And I'm saying decades ago, I figured out how to get around it with victories, with receipts, with people who continue to have victories. So he's saying, since there's no way around it, even though there is, you have to go out there and rehabilitate. Now, I would like to know, just for example, Joel is able to make these. And again, this is the mentality like of a psychopath, somebody who only cares about themselves. Where is he living? Where does his money come from for his food, for his health insurance, his dental visits, his doctor visits, the petrol in his automobile, the automobile itself? Where is that all coming from? It's secured somehow so that he can be out in public and he can be saying these things, assuming the role of the villain. But what about you? If you assume the role of the villain in the anti-white narrative, Is your dental insurance going to be there for you? Is your job going to be there for you? Is your wife going to be there for you? Are you going to continue to be able to pay for your... Joel's not thinking about that at all, about you. This is, I've been pulling my hair out over the decades. How in God's name does anybody listen to somebody like this?
We then basically have completely cut ourselves off from being able to form a robust and militant illiberal nationalism that is
robust, militant. Did you hear that word? He used illiberal again, which people are going to interpret as limiting their life, limiting their choices, limiting their pursuit of happiness, limiting, etc. What is militant? He wants to form something militant. What is militant? Violent. How are you going to explain that to the police? How are you going to explain that to your family when the police show up and say, well, you're for this militancy? And then when the cop leaves and your wife is screaming at you over, are you part of some sort of violent endeavor?
It is capable of doing what is necessary, in my view, to say.
So, in his view, what is necessary to recapture our destiny is militant. Just pay close attention to those kind of words, because the most important thing here is that no one saying that is going to do anything militant. None of these losers ever do. Bottom line, this is all about fantasizing. This is all, especially when it comes to the militant type statements, it's all about sticking your chest out and acting like a tough guy and doing nothing. But he says it's going to have to be violent. What do you think the odds are that white people are going to violently overthrow the governments of our countries? Zero. Zero. You can sit around all day and talk about the idealistic scenario where we're able to recapture our destiny by the means that you think is possible, and nothing will happen because you're just sitting around and theorizing about it. And you know what ends up happening is, since Joel is a thinker about these things, when he gets questioned, he can just say he's theorizing. He's just talking. He's just thinking about these things. He thinks these things need to be done. Do you have the same excuse? It's just like Fuentes. Are you going to be able to say convincingly that you are Mexican?
Save our people, because I think only a radical political project is ultimately going to be capable of addressing the great crisis of demographics. The way.
And look, I can't be too hard on the midwits, because when you're a midwit, everything that doesn't work, you reach for a hammer, even if the hammer is been heated up to 7,000 degrees. You're going to grab it. That's how a midwit works. There is a way, and we are executing that way successfully, demonstrably, empirically. It's just beyond the stupidity of it's got to be violent. I cannot tell you how many times I've listened to these kind of folks sit around campfire, sit around bonfire, sit around dressed up in three-piece suits and vests, highly read, erudite, sophisticates, sit around and say things like, well, it's got to be violent. This is actually shameful of the white race. Sometimes I see these kinds of conclusions and the kind of audiences that they draw, and I think, are these people even white? Have I been lied to about the greatness of the white race?
In which, for example, my country, but this is true for pretty much every country, the way in which we've been integrated into this global marketplace, and we've lost so much of our economic sovereignty in addition to having all these foreigners brought in.
And so here you, again, the padding Here's the padding again. Do you notice that when I articulate what we do, I never have to pad? But these folks, they always have to pad.
And our elites are all traders that are part of an international clique. And obviously the role of Jewish subversion, but not just that, communist subversion, and so on. When the National Socialists came to power, they eradicated Marxism. They removed Jews from all positions of power.
Okay, so here you go. You're getting it. So he's about to come up to saying it, right? All of these good things happen if you play the villain in your life. All of this good will happen if you just play the villain. And of course, none of that is going to happen. Never has. And for most of these people, they hide their power level because they don't want to subject themselves to the consequences of being ostracized for being immoral, or more extreme, although that's pretty damn extreme, but more direct, maybe firings and being thrown out of your family and losing your wife, etc. But the ones that do have those outcomes to look forward to. Ye's law, as I coined it.
They completely crushed Freemasonry. They wiped out all the enemies of the German people from political life.
So if you just play the villain, all the enemies of our people will be wiped out. That's literally the midwit slop that he is selling you.
From public life. They banned foreign-owned media. They banned Jewish-owned media. Only media that was by the German people, for the German people, in the interest of the German people, was able to exist. And so they protected the collective psyche of their people from subversion by alien and hostile foreign elements.
So you can hear these people, followers of Joel, now arguing against me, saying they protected their people against these foreign elements. Why would you be against that? That's the kind of stupidity that I've had to deal with.
That isn't a liberal idea. That's an idea, nevertheless, that I support and is necessary. And a liberal nationalist movement isn't able to be as totalizing, where you could seize state power, where you could use state.
You play the villain and you will seize state power.
Power to totally crush the enemies of your people and instead
crush them. So this violence of crushing the opposition.
Initiate a positive project for basically.
Look, you can see that expression Mark just gave. My guess, knowing Mark for all those years, in fact, I'm 100% sure, although he probably wouldn't own up to it. He was getting irritated with the padded part of what Joel was saying. He's like, yeah, I get it. I know what happened in Nazi Germany.
Developing the blood and quality of the race of your nation in very explicit terms.
Jason, why would you be against developing the blood and quality of your nation in very explicit terms?
National Socialism does this. National Socialism.
Did you just hear it? Did you just hear it? Did you just hear it? Who heard what he just said? Craig the Man says, he said, defeated National Socialism, not defeated white people, which shows he is just defending a concept. Beautifully written. Great point and great catch by Craig. I came late, so I could be missing some context, though. Craig wrote on. The secret to getting your chat read by No White Guild is tagging him in the message. Thank you very much for helping out there, Sloth. Stumbling is here. Cindy Ben is here. Moonrise Bay, who said, and I'll ask you, Moonrise Bay, where is you wrote so pragmatic, real life stuff. Where is the pragmatism in the 2.5 hours? I watched it. He says, though, Moonrise Bay, do you think wearing jewelry, pendants such as the Mjolnir is inadvisable or no? It's a deeper existential crisis for me, questioning religion as part of our destiny. It depends on what your audience knows or does not know about those things, and if you're going to have to explain and what you have to be able to tell them. I mean, these things, a lot of these Thor's hammer and things, people don't know what it means. So you're not if you're like Kanye West and you wore swastika, they know exactly. They have a lifetime of learning of that. The great Thunder from down under, Lunder, is here. He said, Orban understood the power anti-whites wield behind the word illiberal, hence why he called his country a Christian democracy instead. Well said. So as I move along, Hyperborean Dream is here. Ivan the Horrible. Craig says majority or minority is not an identity. These are just pretexts. Very great catch there. You're right. Raymond Foster says that Joel is a bloody joke. Well, he was a member of Antifa, which is anti-white. And now he's a great leader of the people who voted him far down the list, but still voted him as a leader of the pro-white movement, although he failed miserably compared to Gypsy Crusader. So did anybody catch, as I work my way back down to the bottom here, anti-whiteism ends with you. Like to see Veritas-style investigative expose of the money masters behind the villain LARPing actors, like Richard, Joel, Nicholas, and roadblocks like EMJ, Tucker, Alex, Jared. Yeah, I would like to see that too. I know a lot of the money behind the literal Nazi LARPing in the United States has been anti-white people. The Westman says Gypsy Crusader went to prison. Is that Angola? Talked about how horrible it was for playing the villain, and I don't think he learned from it. I don't know what word you meant there. Maybe that was speak to text, but I didn't know he went to prison and for playing the villain, and he didn't learn. Marlene is here. Great to see you. This is really important stuff. This is like actual classroom, actual smart white people coming together to literally, pragmatically, with the tools that work, get into the machinery of our lives, into the machinery of our own psyches, and recapture our destiny with demonstrable proof of this success. Brenda Shear says, I'm sorry I'm late. I actually been looking out for you all day. My phone does what it wants, and here I am late. No worries. You can always go back and catch earlier when we're done here. Stan is here. Marlene says, thank you, No White Guilt. The rest of the story, Joel Davis is failed Antifa and now makes himself leader of the neo-Nazis. Oh, it was in Louisiana, that prison. Oh, that's the name of it. The Westman is correcting me. Thank you for that. I did not know that. And no, I'm not joking. He was an Antifa member. And there are videos of him as Antifa. So what did he do? Let's take a jump back and listen.
Also, your nation in very explicit terms. National Socialism does this.
He got done listing all of these wonderful things that where white people wouldn't allow anti-white, what we would refer to as anti-white media, wouldn't allow external influence, a bunch of life is beautiful, life is great. And then anthropomorphization. National Socialism does this for you. That's why I hit the point so hard earlier in our roll-in today. You cannot think clearly. You destroy lucidity when you anthropomorphize things like ideas and you give them human characteristics. What does the average midwit hear when National Socialism does all of these things for you? He just literally just said it. That something else, someone else will do this. Someone else, something else will accomplish all these things. And all Joel is asking you to do is to play the villain and own him as your liege, play the villain in your lives, and then this other thing will make all of this good happen for you. What is this? I mean, beyond the fact that that is rank midwit slop. That is not, he could do all of the reading of history and quote and from history and talk about different events, talk about different philosophers. He could do all of that. And it is just a display of recently learned information. Nothing more than that. The moment you are anthropomorphizing these things, you're demonstrating that you are a midwit. So let's, aside from that enormous error, that elephantin error, aside from that, what is National Socialism? Well, it's a collection of ideas that even the people who admire it to whatever degree or agree with it to whatever degree have different notions of. They disagree. They're at odds. There are arguments. There are fights over what exactly it is among the people who believe in it, who favor it to various degrees. So you're telling me that a collection of ideas that, by way of the people who endorse it, they disagree over many, they don't understand the vast majority of it? How many people who talk about or answer the question of what is National Socialism only know a fraction of a percent of it, 5% of it, 15% of it? But that thing that is in dispute among the people who endorse it and that thing that is ignorantly understood by its endorsers, that thing is going to save you? How about this? Take it a step further. The tens of millions of white people out there in the world, what do they know about Nazism, National Socialism? What do they know about what it means, what it leads to? The actionable definitions in their heads. And more importantly, the attendant feelings and emotions that are connected to those ideas that they were instilled, poisoned with by way of news and entertainment media and educational media, indoctrination, edutainment. What do they know? Well, it's pure evil. It's pure evil. So to the tens of millions, hundreds of millions of white people, National Socialism is pure evil. That's all it's very simple for them. But among the tiny group who agree that they like it or they think it's good, it's ill understood and there's much contention. But that thing that isn't an entity, that isn't a person, is going to save us? I cannot believe that I have to spend any time on such stupidity. The fact that I have to spend any time on such stupidity, and the fact that you get these kind of votes that vote in Gypsy Crusader and Nick Fuentes, Kanye West as the leaders, is evidence that there's something wrong with the vast majority of whites. There's something seriously wrong with the vast majority of white people that turn to alternative arguments and solutions, or at least prescriptions, in their rejection of the conservatives or what have you. There's something wrong with them. This should be very easy for the average white person to look at the arguments that Joel is making and say, this is claptrap. This is nonsense. Now, where is there something that's legitimate? I want you to hear it again.
National quality for power to totally crush the enemies of your people and instantiate a positive project for basically developing the blood and quality of the race of your nation in very explicit terms.
Mm-hmm.
National socialism does this. National socialism also has a intense realism about human nature and the human condition.
So National Socialism has an intense realization. It's thinking. Let me go ahead and jump in with what we do. What I figured out decades ago. When you empower white people with concepts that take them out of the anti-white narrative and thereby put them in our story where we're the heroes and we are moral, and in their lives, in their contexts, in their homes, in their states, in their countries, are arguing for our well-being against our victimization by objecting to that victimization on the basis of our birth. When you have white people doing that everywhere, solutions will occur to them that are relevant, that are pertinent, and that will work in each of those contexts. You cannot prescribe the brightest AI that any science fiction writer could ever imagine, could not find a single solution, solution for your family, a single solution for your neighbors, a single solution for your county government, for your Boy Scout troop, which doesn't even exist anymore, for your state governments or your province governments or your national governments. No. Do you know one of the brilliant things that the German military did? One of the brilliant things that they did was that they gave power to the commanders on the ground. They gave them an objective. This is what all of the other militaries weren't doing. They said, here's your objective. Here's how we would like it to be carried out. But you make the decisions based on the context, based on the lay of the land at that moment, based on where the enemy is at that moment. As a consequence, the German military could move with great speed, whereas all of the other militaries had to relay what was happening up to high command. It is sheer genius to empower our people with the tools they need so that they can come to the derivatives in thought that are the only derivatives possible by way of the antecedents. And then in the environments where they are, find the solutions. What does that mean? Here's what it means. Some of the solutions at different points in time and at different levels could very well incorporate elements that some could argue would fall under a nationalist rubric, that some could argue would fall under a socialist rubric. And they will implement those strategies at that moment, at the right time, to arrest our victimization. And they won't have to identify with anything previously demonized to do so. I cannot believe that I have to contend with fucking absolute Jim Henson Muppets.
The reality of struggle, the reality that ultimately because nationalism is built on this idea of self-determination.
All right, we're going to wrap this up. There's really nothing more there. I'll let you hear all of this and more.
Right, and you hear a lot of, the concept of the so-called right to self-determination. Apparently, the liberal world order gives all the nations that make it up, it recognizes that they have a right to self-determination, apparently. But it's an ideological phantasm. You don't actually have self-determination.
Okay, see, this is a totally irrelevant argument. And I could tell you from knowing Mark, on the inside, he's boiling. He might not own up to it, but he's boiling. Totally irrelevant argument that he's making now. You can find this on Odyssey on Mark's channel. Watch the whole thing yourself. See if I left anything out. Here's a relevant story coming up this Friday. The appeal for this young man, he seems to think he's going to lose the appeal. Last year, Belgium's far-right prodigy gets a prison term for inciting violence. Dries van Langenhove, and somebody can tell me if that's pronounced wrong, Langenhove. Dries van Langenhove, quote, revealed in reveled, in Nazi ideas that caused much suffering, close quote, a judge said. So this was last year, if you remember. This guy was part of, I guess, the parliament. He got he's no longer. And what was going on in the group chats that he was in on? He had one life that he was living behind the scenes, and then selling, kind of like Mark was arguing for that the PNP was doing, selling something different to the public. A figure in the Belgian, and I'm not saying that he's a terrible person or anything like that. I would have loved for him to take up the Go Free practice, to tell his countrymen go free is the way to go. We're going to become advocates for white well-being instead. This is in tune with our heart. And to give credit where credit is due. I would have had it that way. But there is, of course, the pressure to be something very different. And it comes from the people who vote for Kanye West, Nick Fuentes, and Gypsy Crusader as leaders. Key figure in the Belgian far right was sentenced Tuesday morning. Remember, this is last year. He appealed. Appeal is coming up on Friday. To a year in prison and handed a heavy fine. Dries van Langenhove, a political activist and leader of a Flemish nationalist youth movement called Schild and Vinden, was convicted of inciting violence and denying the Holocaust. The criminal court ruled Tuesday morning. Van Langenhove, as well as 6 other members of his far-right youth movement, were tried on various charges, including hatred, racism, Holocaust denial, and breaching a local gun law. Did that have anything to do with the militancy, the violence that it's going to take? 5 of the other members that stood trial received suspended prison sentences. So this is now on their records. What is their life going to be like as a consequence of that? The 30-year-old Van Langenhove reveled in Nazi ideas that caused much suffering. He wants to undermine society, the judge said when announcing the ruling. Does this sound like somebody who was on a similar or identical path that Joel Davis is arguing for? The leader of Schild and Vinden rose to fame as a political prodigy in the late 2010s, organizing far-right-minded youngsters in online chat groups and through protests. A 2018 TV report by public broadcaster VRT showed that members of the group were exchanging racist and anti-Semitic messages in group chats, triggering a judicial investigation. Van Langenhove ran for elected office, I'm getting better at saying the name, I think, in 2019, and sat in the country's federal parliament 2019 to 23 as an independent member in the political group of Vlaams Belang Flanders, main far-right party that wields an anti-immigrant rhetoric and wants to turn Flanders into a fully independent breakaway state. If I were able to speak to these people, good Lord willing, they would be white enough to give me credit. I would say, focus your arguments on the victimization of our people in our countries as a consequence of these anti-white policies, rather than on the immigrants themselves and what their crime rates are, what their rape rates are, what their religion is like, where they came from. According to Political's poll of polls, Vlaams Belang is now the biggest political force in Belgium. Elections are due in June 24. Van Langenhove left his seat in parliament to focus on political activism. The judgment also deprived Van Langenhove of certain civil rights for a period of 10 years. Do you remember when we talked about this? So I don't know what those civil rights are that he had to forfeit as a consequence of having some villain chat online, but I would rather have him have all of his rights than say things that are easily attributed to the villain in this anti-white narrative and lose them. So 10 years during which he won't be able to serve in public office or run for elections. He will also have to pay a staggering 16,000 euro fine. And he received a separate 10-month suspended prison sentence. So 1 year in jail, 10 months suspended, 16,000 euro fine, 10 years loss of certain civil rights, and inability to run for office again for playing the villain. Joel's recommendation. The leader of Vlaams Belang, Tom van Grieken, hit out at the ruling, saying, Belgian justice is rotten through and through. From day one, this has been a political trial. Close quote. I've heard this 10,000 times. Every time these ideas fail, it's like, it's rotten through and no shit, they're not fair. I mean, no shit, they're not fair. You knew that. One of Belgium's, and now don't miss the point that over this past year and leading up to the initial trial, this guy paid through the teeth for political defense. How much money was also donated to his political defense? We got that Jason guy saying that nobody should give him money for his defense. Jason guy is saying Dries shouldn't have put himself in this circumstance. He should be. He's a talented, he's a handsome guy, was a younger guy when he got started. He should be having nothing but colossal victories and all of his money going to, and all of the donors' money going to advocacy for the well-being of our people. That's what Jason is saying. You get your ass into this mess, and then you end up suffering more and milking those who have a pittance to put together for our well-being, for your personal trial, for your personal defense. More injury to us. Not surprised that Gypsy Crusader followers would argue that what Jason is saying doesn't make any sense. One of Belgium's most prominent human rights organization, the Human Rights League, was a party in the case. Its lawyers said the ruling counts as a clear signal. So there he is. This Friday is the appeal, and he seems to think that it's not going to go well. And he's saying what I have heard many times before, where it's, if they can jail me, they're going to jail all of you. That's a drowning man. And I perfectly understand that. That's a drowning man trying to recruit more and more help. He should not have played the villain. And it's a shame now that he is not going to be able to be active for our people in that once great country. So connected to this is a tweet by Seamus, the great Seamus McCarthy. He tweeted this white female, and he said to her, Anglo-Saxon girl, here's a white man No White Guilt on WG, who does everything you should expect and more that the white race needs to survive. If you love our people, give this man a follow. Well, she hasn't given me a follow yet. She probably won't. She probably likes Gypsy Crusader. So let's have a look at what she has to say, shall we?
What happened in Germany was because of the white men, because they don't do anything.
Okay, so I believe she's responding to the gang rapes, stabbings, etc., one of these events. And she's criticizing white males. And I think they deserve to be criticized. You look at these white people who are like, we got a guy over here on Premium Rumble saying Joel Davis is based. After I just absolutely took apart everything Joel Davis said and demonstrated that he is effectively a child. He's a rank midwit, and he's selling midwit slop that ruins people's lives. So this is a guy saying this. So I think she's right. I think the white guys who are followers of Fuentes, the white guys who were followers of Baylog over there at NJP and Mike Penovich and the rest, the people who are voting for Gypsy Crusader as the leader of the pro-white movement, I think she's right.
White men are sitting on their fat asses, not even doing their duty as white men.
Exactly. They absolutely are. Now, we don't know what she thinks. I mean, with a mask like that on, she probably thinks that white guys should just go out and get themselves thrown into jail for her, and that's despicable. We have the answer here, and if she wants to change her environment and stop waiting for loser white guys, white boys, who are sitting on their fat asses doing nothing, who are sitting on their fat asses celebrating all of these people that have only ever lost for our race. If she wants to rely on them, she deserves the outcome. These tools that we have here work for women as well as for men. She can get active right now. No excuse. Become a woman of the West. Let these white boys out there, these little dickless wonders, let them continue to snark online.
And protecting and defending our white countries.
At least you hear the point that the position she's coming from. Protect our families. Protect our country. Protect our countries. They're not doing that. She probably, with a mask like that, she probably hears a lot of white guys bitching all day, complaining all day. A lot of white boys complaining all day. Oh, the Jews this, and the blacks that, and the Arabs this. Shut up, you fucking little dickless wonders. That's probably all she hears, is the complaining, the no doing. Well, we have the doing.
You may not like that I said that, and you may call me a feminist because I just told the blunt truth.
No, it's a blunt truth. She's 100% right.
But this is the truth. White men are not doing anything. And they'll probably be like, well, we're not doing anything because of women like you. That's why we're not doing anything.
There are white boys out there that will say stuff like that. That's their excuse. They were never going to go out and live out their fantasies of violence and maliciousness and illiberalness. They're not going to go out and live out. They're just talking big. And here you have a white female that's like, you're just a big talker, little boy. That's all you are. You're not doing any of that. And guess what, honey? They never will. And any of them that get anywhere close, they're going to go to jail. Shit. In some countries, as you see with Dries, You're going to go to jail for just talking about it.
Well, I want the white race to be saved and protected. I want the white women and white children especially to be.
Yes. Yes. You know when when a guy protects our women and children, you know when he does that? When he loves them.
Be protected and defended. And yet you white men do fuck all. You don't even do your duty. You expect white women to do their duties and procreate white babies and
yeah, that's so despicable too in these circles where now, of course, not so much in the Fuentes circle because they hate women. You know how they are. They got a different orientation, but they hate women. But in these other circles, they literally have whittled women down to just baby producers. That's all they are. Well, the reality, of course, is the women of the West in this community are valiant crusaders for the well-being of our people. And they have done infinitely more than all of these big talkers put together. Each one of the women in the West in this community. You're going to need a white family as the heartbeat, as I talked about, and as we create with this Dialogic Go Free. You're going to need white families. That's men and women, white men and women standing together, protecting each other, protecting their families, protecting their communities. All of this LARPing where, and I tell you, I've seen 1,000 of these videos. They just put them up all the time. And they'll find like some stunning white female and maybe like beer garden girl. And they're like, and this is why we fight. What do you mean that's why you fight? You are LARPing and you're not doing anything for her. She would never have anything to do with you. Why you fight is for hot hoes. That's why you fight. No wonder you don't do anything. They have this, like, they have fetishized the most attractive white females. And effectively, what they have reduced white females to is memes of a beautiful woman in the clothing of some older period walking through some field of wheat. And then her only duty is to produce children.
Yeah. And then you don't even do your duties as white men and protect your own borders.
So you can see and feel the visceral disgust from her. And it's deserved. I absolutely agree. The boys that are in the white sympathetic sphere, both explicit and implicit, the boys aren't doing anything. You're right. They talk big. They talk real big. And then when you point out their big talk, they slander you to no end. Stop anti-whiteism over here saying Joel is daydreaming hard. Exactly. Independent South says, yes, I agree. Whites are too broken to assert themselves socially as a people, much less politically. And there is zero political representation for us. 100%. Well said. The great Sloths over here. Do not die for pride in the eyes of your victimizer. Brilliantly said. The anti-whites are not attacking nationalism. They're attacking white people. As I read, he also wrote on YouTube. Make sure you tag me if you have any thoughts you'd like to share. White negative, white positive, anti-white? Question marks. Are you asking about that girl? She has, if you are or if you aren't, you can tell that first burst of a pure heart and a pure spirit, our biospirit of love for our people. And yes, some of it is self-interested. A lot of white females as time goes, you're going to see a lot more white females who are talking like this, and to some degree, it's going to be self-interest. I told you about the video of the British girl, different female, who talked about she couldn't even go out at 2 p.m. without getting harassed and touched when she went to get her nails done. And she's screaming at the camera, what the is going on? You're going to see a lot of that. We have the remedy. They too can be valiant crusaders for our people. They can be as powerful online. They can be as powerful with their words. They can be as powerful. And it was, make no mistake, it was a woman in this community that got the policy changed at Aurora Police Department in Colorado, a big city. Women bring their own brand of energy and also appeal to their audiences. So she can be involved. Now, I hope to God this British lady doesn't end up going down the wrong path, doesn't end up following a Joel's ideas, at least, doesn't end up following a Fuentes, doesn't end up being a Spurg, because it's never going to go anywhere. It's only going to harm her. It's only going to cause her distress. She'll end up with some guy from one of those communities, and they'll fight all the time. Have you ever seen those relationships? They're not harmonious relationships. And so why does it ends with you? The judge wants to undermine the nation. Prison is too good. You mean for the judge? Dennis is here. Cool Papa J Magic is here. What are your thoughts, folks? Billy is here. What about campaigning for indigenous rights? The indigenous works for, and it depends, obviously, for the specific country you're talking about. But in many of our Western countries, this word is synonymous with non-white. So it's not necessarily going to work. And in some countries where it's not yet synonymous with, or not synonymous with non-white, they see it as, the audience receives it as an inversion of what they're taught in the anti-white narrative, which causes it to lose its own energy. Whenever you flip something like this, it's received as childish. And we don't want our brothers and sisters to receive us as childish. Having said that, if you're in a particular country, and when you use the word indigenous, they automatically know that you're talking about white people. What I would do is I would pace them and then focus on that which is anti-us. That's really what you need to be talking about. That which is anti-us. Because you need to remember that white people have potentially a deep genetic urge, inclination. Maybe you could even call it a proclivity to selfish individualism. We need to beat this out of us. It's never going away. So those people who are worried about the rugged individualism of the West, you don't have to worry about it. It's in our nature. We have to beat it back so that we can begin to act as a people, which means that we've got to talk about that which is anti-us, anti-white. It doesn't surprise me a previous Antifa would, upon disenchantment, be holding onto its counterpart as a solution. Brilliantly written by the great Sloths there. Samuski says, I found nothing but claptrap until I found this community. You have taught me how to actually think. God bless you for that. Thank you for that testimonial. And good to see you, champion. Billy's asking about, are you a socialist? What is socialism? What is a socialist? There are seemingly infinite descriptions and definitions. I'm an advocate for white well-being. That's what I am. And if some of the outcomes, some of the remedies in certain contexts and at certain times look like they could fit under the rubric of what you would call socialist, and if that means that it leads to an arrest of our victimization, so be it. We don't need to adopt these different titles, especially since many of them are demonized for, like in America, socialist, absolutely objectionable. But if you had a white population in America, and a segment of which, just like the other races of man, is endeavoring to achieve individual well-being by way of group well-being, then, as I said earlier, they might, given the context, come to solutions that you, given your understanding of socialism, would be inclined to place under that rubric. Thank you for the question, though, because it helps me clear it up for anybody that's wondering. The great Sloth's also pointing out, and I failed to mention this, I thought about it too. So great minds think alike, brother. Using the word illiberal is inherently validating the counterpart with its own counterpart, precisely. And what has ever been liberal about anti-whites? Remember what I just told you. What was it? RNO? Race and national origin? That is what it was called in hiring before it was called DEI. Gender conscious hiring, that's what it was called before it was called DEI. And there were other names. That was like 20 years ago. There were other names that fit in. We don't want to validate. We want to always talk about everything in the world from the perspective of our well-being. Everything in the world from the perspective of our well-being. We don't say, and because we don't have to say, and it's foolhardy to say, well, we are this political persuasion or ideology, or we are this particular social ideology. You don't have to say, be against anti-whites and anti-whiteism in every area of your life. And as I say, those contexts, as society is dynamic, it's always moving. Those contexts will shift. And in some of those contexts, for each of us, there will be different opportunities for there to be different approaches to arrest our victimization. You cannot sit up on high and prescribe. I mean, it is the most asinine, asininely childish thing to imagine that a person could do that. We can prepare ourselves for our contests, the opportunities and challenges, the same way somebody might work out and they prepare their health and they prepare their bodies for all of the challenges in their life. Not just a given sport, but maybe they play a sport. Maybe they play racquetball. Maybe they also have to go to work, whatever work consists of. They also have to deal with flat tires. Maybe they work with their hands. Maybe occasionally they have to work on a farm. Maybe they got to deal with the family dog and he needs long walks. There are an infinite number of things that are going to go on in your life that a healthier and stronger you will be more prepared and able to make use of the opportunities and overcome the challenges. The same holds true with the groups of our people around planet Earth. You can only prepare for those things. You cannot prescribe. Imagine how ignorant it sounds. Imagine how ignorant it sounds. If one of the things you have to do for work is to get up at, or maybe to get enough sleep, you got to get to bed by 8 p.m. because you've got to get up so early. And then imagine you take that remedy. Remember, this is what the midwits do. There's a remedy for having enough sleep or not having enough sleep to get to work. And that remedy is getting to bed at 8 p.m. God bless you if you've got to do that. Imagine now taking that remedy and applying it to every other problem in your life. That is how dumb these people are. That is how dumb it is to take National Socialism and say, well, there was a remedy that I've just packaged up and it's ill understood. It's ahistorical. It is falsely representing all of the different contexts and facts, but nonetheless. And then say, well, I'm just going to apply it all over these different places. Well, you got to walk that dog you have every day. You wanted that dog. Now you got to walk that dog. The remedy to walking the dog is to be in bed by 8 p.m. You really don't like the way that you've got a bird chest that sinks in. You'd like to put a little bit of muscle on so that your shirts stretch out against your chest. Remedy is to get in bed by 8 p.m. So you see? Arden Party is here. Good evening, friends. Samuski says her comment section is full of exactly what you describe, complaining about the do's. Exactly. What a bunch of dickless losers. The white race is disgusting. It is pathetic. This is the consequence of, in a big way, obviously, the world wars taking our best genes out of the gene pool. And now there are just so many that are left that are just complaining little girls. Just complaining. So here you have this woman stand up and she's saying, why are the white guys sitting on their fat asses? And they show up and we're sitting on our fat asses because of the dudes. The dudes control everything. Samuski, are there any comments just like that, like I said there? That would be interesting. DM me if you have come across one like that. What are we supposed to do? The dudes own the media. The dudes run the government. The dudes run. It's always just an excuse to do nothing. Let's do some quick news, and we will keep moving with what we have here tonight. Multiple bombs found hidden in Tesla showroom in Texas. A group of women sued Google, claiming it underpays women, forcing Google to do an analysis which found that it underpays men. Quote, likely the result of intentional efforts by Google, close quote. Brianna writes, I visited a gun shop in Indiana once and had to use the bathroom. Inside was a portrait of a naked man with a thick wooden board covering where his private parts would be. Curiosity got the best of me, and I tried to lift the board. It set off an air horn throughout the whole store.
Saturday, this video went viral on social media of 28-year-old Dominicus driving home to his Calabasas home, where two unidentified men in ski masks were waiting to rob him. Little did they know what would happen next would make them think twice.
He came out with an RPG.
Holy Jesus. That's why it's the goat.
Robbers quickly fled the scene shortly after, knowing not to come back again.
Oh my God. It obviously didn't work. If he shot him that close, he would die. Can't play the music here at first. Bride flashes groomsman, her vajayjay. And there she is. Now she's flashing. Does it again with her bridesmaids.
Classless. It's almost as if the idea of class just does not exist anymore. Now we have brides wearing a white dress that's supposed to symbolize purity and commitment, showing their crotch to the entire wedding party. I remember when I was a kid, Britney Spears was everywhere, and every teenage girl had their belly button out. And my mom would always say how classless it looked. Well, fast forward 20 years, and now women are flashing people at their weddings. We've gone from a little revealing to no shame at all. When class is gone, there is no limit to how far people will go for attention. Yesterday's taboo is today's trend. And at this rate, I don't even want to know what's next. So if you have to flash people for attention on your wedding day, I don't know, maybe commitment isn't for you.
So true. We got pilots acting a fool. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, my God. Look at that. Oh, my God, it's them damn cats again. This is rock and roll.
In the shadows of a world turned cold, where truth is buried and lies are sold, stood a man, a warrior bold for no reserves with a pristine soul. Wielding word and string with pride, a dragon's roar in the darkest tide. Technomancer, fire in his eyes, he's calling you to rise, to rise. For no, against the night, for our children, for our light, against anti-whites, standing tall, for white well-being, heed the call.
All right, let me know that you can hear me okay. Because this is one of the great Sloths tunes dedicated to For No, and it usually plays pretty loud. I'm going to take a look at what you all have to say. We got a couple more items to talk about while we are together. I already spent a lot of time on that. It was really important stuff to talk about. Arden Party says it sounds good. Good, thank you. We have yet to talk about SN's question. We'll do that next. We got scientists claim there's a city underneath the center pyramid. We'll have a look at that. A scientist, a researcher by the name of Malanga. We have a little bit of a Mark Dice clip. Jasmine Crockett gone wild. We have a big hate hoax to get to. So we're going to be getting to all that good stuff here yet in our conversation as quickly as we can.
Destiny for Western kind, we stand in unity, triumph forever for white well-being. For no, we march ahead in victory's light, our spirits are led. The battle's won, but the fight's not dead. For white well-being, we shout and shred.
Totally epic tunage by the great Sloths, and he's here today. Give him an 07 if you're in the chat and you love the music. Give him an 07. We're going to get into this question here. As the temperature goes up in here, it's always hot, and in the office studio, it's always hot. No White Guild, Westman Positivity is here. Good to see you. 07s. Be getting to your financial gifts as well. Be keeping an eye on all of that and refreshing. Thank you all for going along the stroll with me. It was important to address all that's being covered since a lot of people are going to end up hurt. and it's going to benefit our victimizers. Won't do anything good for us. All right, so SN on Sunday decided, while I was talking about Antarctica and South Africa in Antarctica, it's 78 Fahrenheit degrees in here. It is hot. It's hot, but I can't have the AC run at times. I mean, it's just annoying to me as all hell. So anyhow, I'm talking about, you know the story. You were there on Sunday. South Africa sends this group of children to do the white man's science, and they were getting off and playing around. And SN decided to ask me a question that I did not see during the stream, but he wrote repeatedly after he asked this question, saying that I had ignored him. And why had I ignored him? Why had I ignored this question? So it was an interesting thing for him to write. He writes this. He said, "Hi, Jason. I have to ask you!" Exclamation point. If you by chance ended up in Antarctica with a group of anti-whites against you, how would you've responded? What would be your tools for survival? What do y'all think about that question? Some of you might think initially that, and I'm sure SN would argue, that he's just asking a question just for a bit of fun. It's just, it's one of these plausible deniability, what he really meant in his head. You can't really know until he tells you. But I have a hunch. Some of you might be thinking, in fact, somebody in the live chat responded, Jason would probably bring a gun. So SN is setting up a hypothetical. He's setting up a hypothetical, and tag me if you think you know. For Noel writes, it sounds like a setup for a good soundbite that could be used against you. So it definitely seems like, doesn't it? Like maybe the hypothetical is, I'm alone with 9 other people who are all anti-white, and I'm essentially in a cell. I'm in a prison cell with 9 people because there's nowhere to go. I can't leave the cell because it's negative 100 with 80-mile-an-hour wind and pitch black outside. So I can't leave. So I'm in a cell with 9 people who are going to do me in. The context of that story is that the madman has physically assaulted a person and has sexually assaulted several people. So the context is, I'm against 9 such people in this cell by myself. Jason, what would be the tools that you would use? Well, what would be the tools that anyone would use, that anyone could use in that situation? And then, as Fornal is pointing out smartly, well, that would be something for YouTube, the anti-whites at YouTube. I'm sure they would like to hear me talking about violence. I'm sure they would like to hear me talking about killing or maiming or something of that nature. What else could you do? You're in a jail cell with 9 people that are going to get you. What would you do? He said anti-whites in plural. If I have to ask you, hi, Jason, exclamation point. I have to ask you, if by any chance you ended up in Antarctica with a group of anti-whites against you, a group of anti-whites, it would be 9 against me then. How would you have responded? What would be your tools for survival? Maybe some of you are sagaciously on the trail already. I'll read to you what I immediately typed out If this had been in the, I was thinking about putting it in the thread, but it was in the live chat. And here's what I would have written. Hypothetical for you, SN. But it's not so much of a hypothetical, really. What would you do if you were in an environment where your opposition has the weapons, structural authority, moral authority, and legality to commit violence against you, but you don't have the weapons, structural authority, moral authority, and legality to commit violence against them? What would be your tools? Now, do you see where SN was really coming from? My guess is that what SN meant to do here, and the reason why he was so upset that I didn't see, the reason why he went on talking about in the chat, and you can go back and look at the live chat, that I was ignoring him, was because he had come up with such a great gotcha at that moment. And the gotcha was going to be, Jason says that he would have to resort to violence in validating his Go Free lexicon, invalidating the use of words. What would be your tools? Jason advocates using words, the tools of words, the tools of concepts. But when it comes right down to it, Jason's going to use violence in my hypothetical where I've trapped him. Well, as you can see, SN, I just trapped you back. What are your tools in an environment where you don't have the weapons, structural authority, moral authority, or legality to commit violence against your victimizers? So you thought, I know you thought, and I know you're going to deny it. I know you thought, and I know you're going to deny it, that you were going to set me up and you were going to invalidate the Go Free practice by creating this pathetic hypothetical where I'm trapped in a cell with 9 anti-whites who were going to get me. And aha, you see, Jason didn't use words. That is why SN is extremely sus. I just read it. So he's in the live chat now. He said, for what? I just can't imagine why. And I'll read it again. Hi, Jason, exclamation point. He never asked questions with this much exuberance. And if you could have seen his face, I assure you that the moment the thought occurred to him, you would have seen the small signature of excitement at the trap. Hi, Jason, exclamation point. I have to ask you, if you by any chance ended up in Antarctica with a group of anti-whites against you, how would you have responded? What would be your tools for survival? So, I mean, it doesn't get any more obvious, man. You're not going to be able to say, I have no idea. No, that's not what I meant. I was just fooling. I just created a hypothetical where you wouldn't resort to words that you advocate for people to use in conflict. But as you can see, the not so hypothetical that I gave you is reality. Let's move on to something as ridiculous as that hypothetical. Thinking that was going to catch me, that was really foolish. I wish I had seen it when it occurred. Maybe you all have seen this. It's going around all over the place. Is there an image? All right, there we go. There, and here's what you're seeing now. 600-meter deep columns with some kind of structure circling them all the way to the bottom. And then they're not showing it here, but supposedly there are 2 colossal sized chambers down underneath. This is showing up all over Oh, here you have it. And this isn't even accurate depiction. If you were to make the center pyramid proper size and then add the columns, they would be much deeper. I just wanted to mention this because it's bull. It's Bravo Sierra. The researcher Malanga is as legitimate as David Icke. You know, the lizard guy. So it is as legitimate as the lizard reptile guy. That's what he is known in Italy. And he probably, just like David Icke, the reptile guy, suffers from reptile dysfunction. But these images are the images that they showed. Essentially what happened was several so-called researchers of the David Icke variety in Italy rented a room in a hotel. And all the time here in DC, the press room in the Capitol is rented out by people who want to make their press release seem more important. I mean, NPI did that once. Richard Spencer was in there, did that once, to make it seem like it's more legitimate. These people didn't even do this in a government building. They rented out a room in like a Holiday Inn, and they had a press conference, and they invited other paranormal researchers. Now, having said this, I am a man of science, and when something can scientifically be presented and it can be observed by different scientists using the same and ancillary and similar technologies, and it has a weight of truth to it as a consequence, I will give it credence. You have these paranormal researchers that have claimed crazy things, these people, just like David Icke. You're more familiar with him than Malanga because he's an Italian. He functions entirely within the paranormal circles in Italy. So you're not as familiar with him, but Icke is more known globally. So they invited people in, and they said that they used this new technology to scan under the pyramid, the middle pyramid on Giza. And they claimed to find all of these columns 600 meters into the ground, perfectly created, and with these stairwells running along, or circular shape running along the exterior of these columns. Some of them have been speculating that they're stairwells. And then these colossal spaces at the very bottom. And people who are less scientifically based in their mindset have immediately declared that this is absolutely true, and isn't it amazing, and all of human history has to be rewritten. But aside from just coming to you to tell you that it's total Bravo Sierra, the point I wanted to make was that, remember we said at the beginning of this year, 2025, peer-to-peer information is dead. Everything that you get peer-to-peer information on the internet now is as believable as Fox News or CNN. Just because you don't get it from Fox News or CNN and you get it from somebody in the alternative news or peer-to-peer, no longer makes it real. We have to break ourselves of this habit, because for many years we have learned of crime, we have learned of governmental intrigue and corruption and etc., peer-to-peer online, that our news wasn't telling us about, that our the news in our areas weren't telling us about. And so we've built up this belief. And in this community, we absolutely have to be cynical. So something like this comes out, you can't fall for it. So what's happening, aside from just the people who are really interested in this kind of stuff, And listen, if you have interest in it for fun, you're just like, I just think it's a bit of fun. I'm not like betting my life on it. I'm not going to be burning my reputation with it. Then more power to you. That's fine. Fine. If it's a bit of fun, cool. You're not going to burn your reputation. You're not betting your life on it. It's not what you're talking about. Like, don't go to the cookout and say, hey, there are 600-meter columns underneath the center pyramid. And by the way, we should watch out for anti-whites. Don't do that, because you're going to burn up your reputation. But the element to this that I want to mention is that the majority of people talking about this right now across all social media, and indeed Daily Mail, are people trying to get views. They're people hyping it up, building it up. And I don't think I've ever seen it, any particular item this big, but I predict there'll be a bunch more, where in the future, there'll be a Bigfoot sighting, just as an example, and a new video of it or something. And all of social media will talk about it, because you have individual content creators self-interested in their views, the money they make, aggrandizement, etc. And they're all going to run with it as though it is real. You'll see it everywhere. And seeing something everywhere doesn't make it real. What it makes real is that there are self-interested content creators, news aggregators, pretty little girls on their webcams who want views, they want pats, they want attention. That's why this is showing up everywhere. The reality is of these, I've already told you, the lead scientist, the lead researcher, he's not a scientist. He's claimed other really wild, like beyond imagination, David Icke stuff. And, but not only that, but these were the kind of pictures that were actually produced. These were the kind of pictures that were actually produced. What they do, and if you don't know what pareidolia is, and the suggestion that can cause you to see something where there isn't something, this is a great example. They're telling you there are columns. They're telling, can't you see? Can't you see? You have to understand the same thing happened, newer technology here. Same thing happens where you have like the Ring doorbell catches a ghost that flies by, and you find out that it's actually some sort of artifact of the technology. Doesn't mean there aren't ghosts, but it does mean when you're looking at something like this, that you are more likely, especially with a newer technology, to see error in the tech's perception or its ability to perceive or ability to achieve what it set out to achieve. And then over time, the tech gets corrected. Over the time, adjustments are made. And then you end up with better pictures and what's actually there. You should know, last thing I'll say on this, that in the big pyramid, the Great Pyramid, the tech that we have now, before this, can very easily see the king's chamber inside. This tech can't see it, but it will show you a bunch of nonsense, and then they'll say, as they do say, that there isn't one king's chamber, there are 10 king's chambers or 5 king's chambers in there. Can't you see it there? Can't you see it there? I can take you outside and point to the clouds and do the same thing. Can't you see the dog? There's his ear, there's his muzzle, and then you'll say, oh yeah, I see it now. Same thing happening here. The odds that there are 600-meter columns with stairwells around them or whatever that's supposed to be, and these 2 great chambers are infinitesimally small. Having said that, if real science ever comes out showing something, I yield to the science. I am an empiricist, and you should be too, because you know what's going to happen with this? By the way, do you know where the idea of the columns and the rings around them like that? That's not original here. No, they didn't make that up. Those claims were originally made like in the 50s by so-called remote viewers who supposedly went under the pyramid with their imagination, and they left their bodies and they floated under it. And so what this so-called researcher is doing is saying, oh, we scanned this and we found these structures so that you can then discover either yourself through way of memory or another researcher who has covered that remote viewing and finding these things under the pyramid. You will see it as a confirmation. These are tricksters, friends. These are people who are set out to trick you. You know what's going to happen? My money is on there not being anything there. My money is on there not being anything there. And what's going to happen is these people who have committed themselves to this, who have burnt their reputation, certainly these researchers, are going to say that they are not letting you know. They are hiding the information. Unfortunately, it means that we're going to have to live with the fucking vegetables who are going to be saying this to us for the rest of our lives. You know, when those Italian researchers found those comments, now they won't let us know about it. Please, if you hear my voice on this, never bring it up to me. I don't care what they are up to. And Why Does Men's with You says a spoon, magnifying glass, bow tie, and single stick of licorice flavored gum. Oh, that's what you're seeing in the scan? Well done, my friend. Very creative. I guess we'll take a look at okay, so SN is talking about me, but not tagging me, saying that I should apologize to him. Pathetic. Obviously, he would have to take it to that length. But this is clear to see. This is clear. He's not using he hasn't been using the lexicon, been here for a while, not using the lexicon, not using the dialectics, and then creates a hypothetical where rather than using words, you would have to use violence. So, come on. I mean, it's like, at this point, you've got to just be a man and be like, I shouldn't have done that. You caught me. I mean, because I'm not going to, I've managed people. I've managed a lot of people. I've had a lot of people that I've been responsible for. And I've had instances where it was just, they were caught dead to rights and they would still stick with the no, absolutely no, it's this way, no. So you're caught dead to rights. You thought of what you thought was a great gotcha question, and it didn't work out. Didn't work out that way. Mark Dries, a little bit of a clip, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to roll through here.
And speaking of an angry black woman who always hallucinates that there's supposed racism around every corner and that she blames on white people, Jasmine Crockett, the biggest ghetto hood rat in Congress.
I hope to God that the great King Dice does not have an issue. That's funny. When I first heard it, I laughed pretty hard.
Was speaking at the LGBT extremist lobbying organization, the Human Rights Campaign, recently, and was saying this about the outcome of the 2024 presidential election.
I honestly didn't know how I was going to get out of bed. When I tell y'all, I'm getting emotional. that I traveled this country. Because I knew it was gonna be bad. I didn't know it was gonna be this bad shit, but
Watch your mouth, lady. I'm trying to run a family-friendly show around here. You ratchet garden tool.
I knew. And I knew that the obstacles were going to be even greater because not only was it a woman, but it was a woman of color. But man,
was she the least qualified candidate to ever be a party's nominee? And when she was...
All right. Great display there of this hood rat, as Mark Dries put it, and the way she's behaving. Of course, you probably heard that she essentially, in my opinion, for the and in the opinion of others, the assassination of Elon Musk, because she wanted him to be taken down on her birthday. That's what she said she wanted during that speech as well as the MFer and other things that she was saying. And this is the descending of the West, the white man's world, at pace here in the United States, mirroring other Western countries, and of course trailing South Africa, Rhodesia. But we can see the norms, our decorum, our expectations of behavior evaporating as we and those norms are white erased. Saying MFer from in Congress will become a norm as a consequence of white erasure. So this is the kind of Jasmine Crockett. This is the kind of people that these American citizens are voting for, and this will continue until we undermine anti-whiteism. So she calls for Musk to be taken down on her birthday. There's no trial going on right now for Musk. There is no vote in Congress that could, coming up on her birthday where they could be, voting him out of participating in the government. There is no other tangible endeavor to take him down in a way that is not assassination. So that's why sensible people are coming to this conclusion that this is more than a little bit of a dog whistle. You also probably have heard, and I don't know if Dice is going to say it here, but of Greg Abbott, who was paralyzed in his late 20s during an accident while he was jogging, and therefore is in a wheelchair. She called him Hot Wheels. And I think Dice maybe he mentions it here. If he doesn't, I'll just tell you. Maybe he mentions it later in the video.
Was confronted by someone on Laura Loomer's crew yesterday. This happened.
Congresswoman Crockett, you're recently...
Okay, so what you're seeing is a Laura Loomer reporter asking Jasmine some questions, and she assaults him. She grabs his camera, and her fingernails leave a impression in his flesh, and you can imagine how filthy those things are. And she also scratches his skin with it. Laura Loomer may have ordered, but she advised at least her reporter to go file a police report, which he did. And now there's the possibility that Crockett, like Al Green, just a couple of weeks back, could be censured for this behavior, which unfortunately means very little. It's just like your peers saying, that was naughty. There's no teeth to it.
On a Tesla takedown call, calling for violence on the 29th. Would you like to clarify your comments?
As you can see.
Congresswoman, will you condemn violence at the Tesla?
No, she won't condemn violence. She will commit violence. That right there is assault. And hopefully that cameraman has filed a police report by now and we can get her arrested.
Yeah.
And remember when Don Lemon told...
Okay, I'll stop it there because it might be later. We got to keep it rolling in the video. She called Governor Abbott Hot Wheels. And now she's trying to claim that, she didn't mean it like that because he's paralyzed and in a wheelchair. She didn't mean it like that. But people went back and found 3 years ago in her social media. And now make sure this just came out today, so hold your judgment until it's totally confirmed. They found that she gave a like on, I guess it was Twitter X, to a different commenter saying the exact same thing about Greg Abbott, that he's Governor Hot Wheels. And so if she gave a like to that and that person was insulting Abbott for being in a wheelchair, then that's clearly what she was intending when she said it, rather than her excuse now, which is, oh, it was just about moving the migrants around the country. Hot Wheels rolling on reels. In fact, she said she was talking about how hot it is in Texas currently, and then referred to him as Governor Hot Wheels. What a class act. Jasmine Crockett gone wild. Texas Democrat claws her way to become superstar of Broken Party. Jasmine Crockett was not a well-known name in 23 or 24, but she is busying herself making headlines with her bombastic and controversial remarks, clawing her way, literally, to the top of a party in complete shambles, shambolic Democrats. After the last presidential election, Crockett was the first elected to her congressional seat in 23 and has served as the national co-chair of Harris Wall's campaign. So she was the first. So they carved out a new seat so that they could give it to another non-white female. Is that what they're telling me? Her controversial remarks have caught the attention of Attorney General Pam Bondi, and now she faces censure resolution for making fun of paralyzed Texas Governor Greg Abbott, referring to him as Governor Hot Wheels. Bottom line to this, not a whole lot more to say, is this is the dissolution, more evidence of the dissolution of the West. More and more of your so-called elected representatives in the federal government. What kind of treatment do you think you're going to get, white man, white woman? What kind of treatment do you think you're going to get? As more and more Crockett's occupy seats of power, nodes of power in the government. Remember, what Donald Trump is today is a creation of the anti-whites that tried to destroy him and his family and his business. He is an aberration. This is even an aberration to Donald Trump. If he would have won and been seated in his second term rather than Biden, that term would have looked very much like the first. None of the talk was taking place that we ended up seeing as a consequence of these attempts on his life, the assassinations, of course, but the indictments, everything else, to impoverish him, to attack his family members. He's a creation. So he is an aberration, even an aberration of himself. Once he's gone, it's gone. Once he's gone, we still have anti-whiteism in place. Once he's gone, we still have the social morality of anti-whiteism. And don't count for a moment on him living a great many years into the future after stepping down from the presidency. The amount of stress, the load of the work, his age already. He's not going to be there to be able to steer, and is going to be much more of a deal maker like he was in the first term than in his aberration term. So more and more of these Crockett's are going to fill the nodes of power. How do you think they're going to treat you, white man and white woman? How do you think she's going to treat you when the Crockett's of that time, when or if, not when for this community, but if you decide that you're going to follow the ill advice of people like Joel Davis or Nick Fuentes? I want to take a breather and get into our final story here about the hate hoax in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Did you even hear about it? But we'll take a little breath and we will check in on the efforts, the long trial and efforts to teach gorillas about death.
A team of primatologists has succeeded in teaching Quigley, a western lowland gorilla, the concept of mortality and his inevitable doom.
When we first started with Quigley, he was just a normal, happy ape, not a care in the world.
So the first thing we did was we taught him patterns like red block, blue block, green block over and over. Then it became a pattern of gorilla born, gorilla grow, gorilla die over and over.
Right. The researchers then showed Quigley photographs of dead, dying gorillas while communicating the phrases "you someday" and "no choice." Quigley shared his feelings in a confessional after completing each exercise.
That was a great moment. Quigley, you die. You will die soon.
The researchers say at first Quigley could only communicate rudimentary fears about his own death, but he soon moved on to expressing more complex emotions like indifference and self-hatred.
He was letting out these anguish cries and banging his head against the wall, and I just thought, we did it.
The Chilean scientists believe that we may be able to teach a gorilla to resort to alcoholism or even try to kill itself in as little as a decade.
Been reading all their papers, telling me what to feel.
You'll have to let me know if you can hear me all right. Poor Quigley.
And the scars that never heal. They want me to hang my head low.
Let me check to see. We have the hate hoax in Allentown, and we also have the giant migrant march that's coming up. They are coming to take America for themselves. The gentleman who made this tune is in the live chat tonight. Can you guess who it is?
Your faces in the outback, through thunder, rain, and pain. My granddad's hands are calloused, working sun up till it wanes.
Dan is right. It's Raymond Foster.
Every stone tree tells tales of generation that made this land to be. My father's land runs through my veins like rivers running wild and free. Won't bow down, won't bow
Raymond Foster, Tim. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms if you would like me to speak to your comment or question. And if you haven't already given a like on any of the platforms that you're using to watch tonight, please do. And I'll be getting to these financial gifts here in just a moment, and we will proceed. Aliens exist.
keep your guilty conscience.
Aliens exist over here on Premium Rumble. Said of SN's question when I read it that he's created a question trying to entrap or bait you into playing the villain.
Where my people learn to fly. This spirit can't be broken while my bloodline stays alive.
Mustard Man over there on Premium Rumble is requesting that I take my top off. Land of the Fake says to Mustard Man, you'll have to pay a few dollars to see that. Great tune. Thank you so much, brother. Yep, you'll have to pay more for Topless Jason, I'm afraid. We got 2 lemons, a financial gift over here by Hartza. Thank you so much. Great Hartza. Thank you. Thank you. That's on D Live. On Odyssey, we have a 1 library token from Who to Thunk It. I cannot donate cash here. It says only creators that verify cash accounts can receive tips. Okay, I will. Thank you for that so much. I will, since I've obviously verified my account, then I will get back with them and I will see what the issue is. We are working to remedy the deplatforming and the debanking, that wave of it that we experienced over the past month and a half or so. So thank you for jumping in there and helping out. Who'd have thunk it? He's Land of the Fake also says the donate button is gray, so he can't financially gift. All right, thank you for that. I could do, reality is, unfortunately, well, this is weird. On Entropy, the great Dude Bro moment is here. We'll celebrate it first. Let's get us some 07s, $50. Dude Bro, DB 50 decibels have shown up once again to celebrate. To swash for White Wellbeing. $50, he says, for White Wellbeing. God bless you, brother. Now, what I was going to say is his financial gift is showing up in the chat, in the donation segment. It does say $50, but there is nothing showing up there. I'll put it on the screen so we can see. You can see the great Dude Bro moment is over here in orange, as he always is, a gleaming, beautiful orange. God bless him. Some crowns, some 007s for this hero. 50 White Wellbeing dollars. Thank you so much, brother. Turning around to here, we're going to be getting into the hate hoax and talking about that. And then finally, the giant migrant march that is about to kick off. We have over here Karinina financially gifting $13. Thank you so much, Karinina. And she writes, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. $13. And we have the great First and Last coming in with a $5 financial gift over here. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate that. And looks like we did not miss anybody on Subscribe Star, so we will keep rolling. And I'll take another look before we wrap it up tonight. You might want to take an opportunity to share that we are still live and getting into some interesting talks, some more education for you. We'll take a look at this video to start off the conversation about the hate hoax. This happened last year, as well as an arrest that we talked about earlier. And now it's finally coming all the way around.
When Black lives are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back.
A call for action and fight for change.
We will not be silenced.
Community members and leaders made their voices heard in front of Allentown City Hall Monday afternoon.
Just to think that people have to go to work in fear for their lives.
Since Friday, Allentown police continue to investigate an item resembling a noose found on a city employee's desk.
This egregious act is not just an affront to one individual, but it is an attack on the entire community.
Let me pause it right there. And we'll share, even though we are in the last third of our gathering tonight, the questions of the day. 2 questions of the day. And you can participate by tagging me as No White Guilt. I want you to participate, or at least in one of them. Tag me as No White Guilt and Q1 or Q2 or both. What sport do you think is the most boring to watch and why? What sport is the most boring to watch and why? What sport for you most boring to watch and why? Question number 2. Which of the meals is the most important to you and why? So which of the meals during the day is the most important to you and why is question number 2. Some people skip breakfast. Some people think it's the most important meal. Some people think dinner is the most important meal. I have a hunch that for Null, if he's still here, he might be one of those that says it's dinner. A lot of people on the carnivore diet like dinner. But we have what sport is the most boring to you to watch and why? And which of the meals is the most important? I'll answer question number 1 as we comment on this another instance of a hate hoax that isn't going to be punished appropriately. And that is that probably for me, one of the sports that is the most boring to watch that I know about, because I don't really know the rules of soccer and football everywhere else around the world. I don't know the rules of soccer, and I find it intensely boring because there's so little scoring. So the fact that I don't know the rules and they never score, although I should say they never score, but the field is too big. Because in hockey, they don't score very often, but it's a very small space and the puck is flying around at 9,000 miles an hour, and that's exciting. The soccer ball is big, it's slow, it's a gigantic field. They have to run for like 30 seconds to get to the other side of it, it feels like. And so I find that extremely boring. But the sport that I know all the rules of and I was very good at playing that I found intensely boring was baseball. Baseball, I had to play all day long, every day, and I was very good at baseball. And as you all know, many of you know, I was recruited to play in the minors, so professional baseball, and I made the bad decision of going to play college football instead. But I cannot stand it. Watching it is painful. When I was playing, I don't watch any sports ball now, but when I was playing back when I also watched sports, it was boring. And sitting on the bench was boring. Waiting to get up to bat was boring. Waiting to get out into the field was boring. Standing out in the field and waiting for something to happen was boring. It was boring. So I'm not surprised that the audiences for professional baseball have been shrinking for a long time. Land of the Fake says, great show, Jason. Oh, Land of the Fake says he also does not want to see me remove my shirt. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. And Ivan the Horrible is over there on the Premium Rumble. Ivan the Horrible. And he says, question number 1, either golf or NASCAR. Either the golf or the NASCAR. Man hit ball fly round. Ball land, man hit ball again. Or he's making a left turn. He's making another left turn. He's making another left turn. Yeah, I can see how you'd find that boring. Question number 2, Ivan doesn't really eat the meals of the normal person. Ivan just eats whenever's. But Ivan's favorite meal, if it can be called a meal, is the one Ivan eats after 3 a.m. Ivan has to stop doing that. That's awesome, Ivan. Oh, it's giving Ivan the horror gut. We don't want you to have anything like horror gut. I don't even know what that is. It doesn't sound pleasant. Thank you for participating in the questions of the day and the final third of our glorious gathering, where Jason is contemplating taking payment to disrobe. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You know, the reality is, the sad reality with how pathetic those who care about the well-being of our people and our countries, the sad reality is I could be sitting here as a Grecian statue, everything chiseled. Every time I move, you could see the striations in my shoulders and in my pecs, and all that could be visible, and they still would not show up. Another type of audience would show up, but they wouldn't show up. They would still show up for former Antifa member, the quote, "I'm a Mexican," and the black nationalist bed downer of white women who holds seances over their naked body. Marlene says, "Oh no, not the horror gut." Exactly. Marlene says that her husband used to call baseball the thinking man's game because for the fielder, I suppose, one was always has to be considering what the play will be. Yes, that's true. Your husband was right. It is a thinking man's game. Every at bat, every pitch can change how you have to respond on the field, and you're matching up the different players. So yeah, it really is a thinking man's game. And football, professional football, used to be that way as well, but it's being and has been and increasingly dumbed down. And baseball as well. Baseball is not what it used to be. It used to be like a chess game for human beings. But yeah, not anymore. It's going the other direction to favor other kind of athletes. So let me see what you all wrote. Spartan is with us. Spartan said he played cricket, but he said it's boring, except for the cold beer. That's cool, man. Curling, says Samusi. I never even thought to think of curling. The slowest sport out there. And question number 2, I can't answer because he's busy cooking dinner. Arden Party says to question number 1, bodybuilding competitions. Yeah, I guess I've never really been a watcher of those, but I could see how that would be really boring. He said it's built on falsehood. And question number 2 is breakfast is the most important meal of the day, according to the great Arden Party. He says it powers you up for the day. Now, I will tell you about breakfast that I used to eat like carbs in the morning. I've shared this before, but now I eat a bunch of protein. And you will not believe the difference in the clarity of your thought, the speed of your thought. You eat a bunch of carbs, and I don't know what's happening, but you're like fighting to get yourself going in the morning. Forget the carbs, heavy on the meat in the morning, and you'll suddenly be astonished. At least I was. Dennis is talking about illiberal. He says he's still astonished about using illiberal. The tree godfather is here. Good to see you, brother. Looking for tags. Last Independent Thinker says golf is pretty damn boring to watch. Yeah, I didn't think about golf. Badminton as well. Yeah, I would think. But it depends, I guess, the players. Like volleyball. I don't know anybody that would want to watch a bunch of guys playing volleyball, but the girls, maybe that's it. And maybe also, it's like the girls playing tennis. Yeah, that's a girl sport I can get behind. Let's see. You also had a question or an answer for, and now it moved and I don't see you. Damn it. Oh. He says breakfast or smoker. What is that? I don't even know what that is. I know what breakfast is. Tag me as No White Guilt if you have answers to our questions of the day. And again, we have a theme going on here with the final third of our gathering. And you see here, you got the Jasmine Crockett's filling the seats of power and the true colors coming out, the way they think, the way they talk, the way they behave. You have in the streets, no diminution in hate hoaxes. People still turning out by the thousands to promote that a hate hoax or that a hate crime has happened. Then we find out that no, it was a hate hoax. And instead of there being the proper punishment, and I'll get into that in a moment, for the hate hoaxer, it is either nothing or a slap on the wrist. The great mestizo cough is here. He says for him, it's lunch or dinner is the most important. Anti-white out is here. Jason's the type that have to be a volunteer coach. I could never watch games either, but only play. I don't know if the, quote, liberals going in the crystal, close quote, meme is still relevant. Thoughts on meme images, combining the Eindelen and Go Free. Well, maybe I'll make that a subject for one of our streams, like a proper subject. Thank you for the question. Karenina says breakfast is the most important meal. And liberals bitching. Okay. Kakatu is in the house. Bass is with us. Novihora is here. All right, you can still answer the questions. Tag me as we are together. Still answer those questions, and I will get to those answers. We can learn about each other this way. I still got to bring my last baseball glove. It's a beautiful piece of white man technology. Cindy Ben is here. It's actually, if I can remember, Pro TB Trapeze Outfielder's Mitt is what it is. What? I sometimes skip breakfast, says Masumik, and eat lunch, dinner, and a snack. All right. Let us continue. What do you think happens with this? I wonder.
Several spoke during a rally, calling for transparency, prevention, and an immediate federal investigation among a list of demands. This incident, community members note, is not the first racial discrimination issue City Hall has dealt with. Josie Lopez is a close friend of the victim.
They're always a community leader, always pushing for equality. They might be bruised right now, but they are not broken.
The victim is not being named due to safety concerns.
Our colleague was threatened. This was an act of terror. This was a hate crime.
The purpose of this press conference is to provide an update.
Here comes the update. Now, remember, we were all bludgeoned with that. That was the news that was publicized. It may have even gone to other countries as well, reported in other countries. Confirmation of the anti-white narrative. And of course, it's Bravo Sierra, but it still sits with people as an immediate, yes, that's what happens in the real world. Happens all the time because I've seen it in all my movies, as you all know very well. But then the reality hits.
Regarding the noose investigation. I want to take a moment to thank the following agencies who assisted in this case: Lehigh County District Attorney's Office, the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Allentown Police Department conducted a thorough investigation.
Okay, note there that there were several layers of law enforcement, including federal law enforcement. And remember that law enforcement under Biden had a quota for arresting the omnipresent white supremacist racists. Remember that. So very easily could have found a fall guy. And who are the kind of people that they are going to socially and then criminally lynch? Well, it's going to be the kind of people who were probably playing at National Socialism.
Including interviews with persons, analysis of evidence, and consultation with the District Attorney's Office of Lehigh County. As a result of the subsequent investigation, LaTarsha Brown was charged with tampering with or fabricating physical evidence, a misdemeanor of the 2nd degree, and false reports to law enforcement, a misdemeanor of the 3rd degree.
So you just heard the charges, and if somebody, as this moves forward, follows up, I'm really curious. I'm interested to find out, do these charges end up getting dropped? That's going to be what I bet. I bet she'll plead to something and they'll drop these. It'll be a slap on the, it's already a slap on the wrist as it is. Those are misdemeanors. Misdemeanors. That's like stealing a Snickers and being caught by the cops, and then they decide to be asses and actually charge you. A misdemeanor. What would happen to the fall guy? What would happen to the scapegoat? What would happen to a person if the FBI said, I want to hit my quota? Is there anybody that in this building, is there anybody that could have access to LaTarsha's desk that could do this? Well, it would be a felony. It would be a felony federal hate crime. There might be both a state and a federal charge. And then what? Prison for 10 years? What happens when LaTarsha commits a hate hoax? Well, she's technically, by the definition, committed a hate crime because she has hung the noose, pun intended, around the throats of all white people, drawing us all into suspicion. Every white coworker, every white person, every white janitor, everybody that could have gotten to her desk at any point. She has drawn this noose of suspicion around. If it is the commission of a hate crime to put a noose on her desk and act against one person, then surely it's a hate crime when you draw the noose of suspicion around an entire race of people. And that's what these sorts of crimes are committing. A hate crime against the white race. Every one of these hate hoaxes is a hate crime against the white race. We as a people should be speaking up about that. We as a people should be calling for greater transparency on the trial and the charges and magnified charges. Why isn't LaTarsha charged with a hate crime if that's going to be on the books? She should be. So let's see the article about this garbage anti-white POS. And remember that this could be any of us. This could be somebody we care about that ends up embroiled and is targeted by state or federal law enforcement to hit a quota because, according to the anti-white narrative, the white supremacists are everywhere. In fact, I think, what did she say? I'll have to go back and look. Damn it, I wish I knew where that was. Jasmine Crockett said, and I'll have to find it. We won't be able to do it today. But she said that something like 80% of crime is committed by white supremacists in America. These are the kind of people that are filling the nodes of power, despite the aberration of Donald Trump. PA city worker accused of staging a hate crime hoax. Look how close they almost got that. I'm happy with that. I'll take that hate crime hoax after allegedly planting a noose at her own desk. And now you all take a bow. The House of Swash, take a bow because you did that. You go back in time and look. The mainstream media wasn't calling, this is New York Post, they weren't calling these things hate hoaxes until we made them. Until your swashing efforts made them call it that. And the power of calling it a hate hoax is manifesting itself in society for years, for decades. Before I even got into the white sympathetic cause, I remember as a child watching news broadcasts where there were hate crimes on black churches and etc. before there was even before they even called it a hate crime. They would say it's racist, it's white supremacists, it's Nazis, it's racial intimidation. They would say all these sorts of things. And they would discover that they were staged after the fact, as is so often the case. But there was no immediate sentiment. There was no immediate knowing in our population that each one of these things, for example, you go back to, I can remember several along the year of black churches, synagogues, Jewish cemeteries vandalized. And there was no immediate notion. And this passes the minds, this passes the awareness of that rank midwit slop out there. There was no immediate notion in the population that, oh, this is faked. Oh, it's obviously it's another fake. The reason why increasingly the population sees this and immediately concludes, oh, it's another hate hoax, is because we gave them that concept. Is because we are swashing it. Do you see the power in just this concept? Excuse me. And what we do? You had a white population that Jewish cemetery gets vandalized. No one immediately concludes it's fake. And even though you have them showing up as fake all the time, no one immediately concluding that. Now people have a concept, and increasingly they have this concept. And then as a consequence, all of our brothers and sisters, they see one of these so-called hate crimes and they immediately think hate hoax. Either they're thinking the specific concept, or because others are using it and immediately thinking the concept, they are getting into that trend, that current of thought. That current is the soil in which that we are making richer by the day. We discuss our victimization. Does that make sense? So in the past, the soil for this subject by itself, and you combine this with all of the others, but we're breaking it out to fully grasp each of these components and better understand how transformative the lexicon and dialectics actually are. In the past, you had a current that believed these things. And in the past, even when they were, discovered to be fraudulent, the soil was such that people would say, well, maybe in this case, but they want to bring light to these things that when they really happen. I mean, we even had the incident of the black guy who, and you have to go look for it for yourself, traveled around to universities around the United States and even in Canada and the UK, I believe. Check it out for yourself. Telling the story about how when he was a child, the Ku Klux Klan showed up and they dragged his uncle out of the house. They made everybody come out into the front yard and they beat him in front of everyone, just mercilessly, and then hanged him in front of everyone and then set him on fire in front of everyone. Well, the chief of police in that county and you'll have to look all this up for yourself. I don't have it at the moment. He tailed, metaphorically, this guy for year after year because the chief was affronted by the idea that there were lynchings taking place in his county that he was just ignoring or maybe even a part of. Meanwhile, this black guy is traveling around being paid big bucks, giving talks at Ivy League universities and all of those that aspire to be like the Ivy League, being paid big bucks to come tell his personal story. And the chief presented evidence, no claims that this had ever happened, no individual that he could find that was supposedly this happened to, on and on and on. Finally, this black guy, I guess when he got tired of the circuit, again, look into this for yourself, maybe I got it wrong, came out and said, well, yes, it didn't actually happen to me, but everyone knew it was happening everywhere. And our people at that time, because of the soil, accepted that answer. Today, because of the concept of hate hoax, they don't accept it. Now, when these things happen, people, the current, the soil is immediately, the immediate thought is, of course it's fake. Of course it's fake. They're targeting us. Are you beginning to see the connections now? Where would you like to make an argument? Where would you like to make an appeal for our well-being? Back then, when the current and the soil was so poisonous for us, or in this improving soil as a consequence of the concept hate hoax? What's going to be, where are you going to be more persuasive? In that soil or in this soil? This is why it's so important. She planted the noose at her own desk, according to law enforcement. Pennsylvania city worker was accused Monday of staging a fake hate crime. And just look at the difference of what I'm explaining for you, for your efforts in your life to recapture your destiny and your families and our destiny. Look at how I'm spelling this out and how smart it is and how it actually works versus the kind of conversations you see elsewhere, like the one we took a look at the beginning of this roll-in. And she is accused of staging a hate hoax after she allegedly planted a noose at her own desk. Allentown City Hall employee LaTarsha Brown. LaTarsha Brown. Yes, it's LaTarsha. I bet she's making six figures. LaTarsha Brown was charged with a pair of criminal counts after DNA pulled from the noose only belonged to her, authorities said, though one of her pals claims she's innocent. Brown initially said, and so that was one of the things, by the way, is that when the FBI was like, okay, we want DNA from everybody in the building, and everybody gave DNA except for LaTarsha. Brown initially said she made the shocking discovery at her desk on January 10 when she arrived at work, leading to an investigation and a community protest. By the way, thank you to whoever that was, I can't remember at the moment, who highlighted me doing one of my accents and voices for the benefit of the guy the Fuentesian who said he would smash his face in the wall because of when I would do my voices. Allentown City Council, C.C. Gerlach, said at the time she was irate and angry. Irate and angry over what she called a hate crime. She was fat and obese. She was happy and glad. During the investigation, deserves those six figures. You know what I'm saying? Deserves them. Maybe has one of those kids that Elon was talking about the other day that got a small business loan. During the investigation, every employee who could have placed the noose on the desk was here it is, says it right here. DNA sample. Every employee agreed except for Ms. Brown, and she's a Ms. You better get that right. He said during a press conference. She was initially cooperative, but then when the investigation continued, she became uncooperative. Brown's DNA was finally obtained via a court order later in January, and it matched up with the DNA found on the inner knotted portion and the outer surface of the noose. She also allegedly made, so the inside of the knot, in other words, she tied the knot. She also allegedly made, quote, vague statements and gave deceptive answers to police during the investigation, according to an affidavit. Brown faces misdemeanor charges of making a false report and tampering with the evidence. Allentown mayor called the charges shocking. It's doubly shocking that an employee that she would have fabricated this incident. Police declined to explain. You're going to love these people in authority positions over you, every county, nowhere to go, unless, of course, we go free of this garbage. Police declined to explain what Brown's possible motive could have been. Brown is also on the Allentown School District School Board. Oh, isn't that nice? She's teaching the kids, all the little white kiddies down there, about how white supremacists they be. Teaching your children. You want to bet that as more of these anti-whites get into power, they'll make homeschooling illegal? You better start going free now. This is not just an attack on Latasha. This is a warning to everyone in Allentown who dares to stand up against injustice. This is a smear campaign. This is retaliation. Community organizer. Oh, I did the accent wrong. Jose Lopez stated. So I didn't see the commenter. But let me be clear. Latasha Brown is innocent. Latasha Brown deserves justice. All right. So you got the Jasmine Crockett's above. You got the Latasha Browns parallel to you, making hate hoax allegations against you, and she won't be punished. And then you have giant migrant rights march coming to Dallas. They're here. They're here for your daughter, Chuck. Northern Dawn is here. Hello and welcome. Anonymous is here. Hello and welcome. Nova Horror is saying, quote, hate without some criminal action is not a crime. Well, unfortunately, I mean, logically, you're correct. But we don't, under anti-whiteism, we don't live in logic. So we can't make an appeal to it. But you're right. Roger is with us. Hello and welcome. Masumek says, meals for me depend on how hungry I am. If I'm not, I won't eat. If I am, I will. But I also will eat if I know I won't be able to eat till much later. Well, that's smart. Get the meal in now. Absolutely. Anti-whiteism ends with you saying the damage resulting from hate hoaxes warrants capital punishment. Yeah, the impact that remains in the community on everybody exposed to that fraudulent news does damage, because it supports and bolsters the anti-white narrative. People won't remember, your average person is not, especially if they don't hear hate hoax, they're not going to remember that LaTarsha was caught hoaxing it. That's why another reason why hate hoax is so important to use. They'll just remember there was news about it, and then you'll be, at your meal with Aunt Betty, and she'll say to you, "Oh no, them people are getting attacked all the time. They're getting attacked. Well, I saw it in this movie the other day." Well, Aunt Betty, that was it's fiction. But those things happen in the real world. And I remember down there in Allentown when that poor LaTarsha Brown found a fully tied noose right on her desk. Of course, she won't remember the actual details. She'll just remember that it happened. So you got to hit them with a hate hoax. Aunt Betty, it's a hate hoax. And then she'll go, "What's that? That's a real thing? Oh, shit. Maybe I should think about how I respond to that." A hate hoax is a thing? Do you see how powerful it becomes then when you talk with people? I've used hate hoax that way, where I've been like, "You never heard of hate hoaxes? They're very common. It's a thing." And then they're like, "Oh, well, I guess then I don't really know what happened." And then I say, "Oh, I'm going to teach that to people so everybody does it and can benefit from it." As opposed to others saying, "I'm going to tell people to be the villain in the story. We need people going to jail for a purpose, not just cosmetics. They need to be in prison for a purpose." Anti-Whiteism Ends With You says, "I'm considering adopting an entirely animal-based diet, 60 to 70% fat and 40 to 30% protein." That's a lot of fat. It's good for you. Animal fat, as long as it's from, healthy animals, is good for you. But maybe ask the great Fornull if he's with us, or next time he is, or you go over on his stream, ask him about he and Mrs. Fornull and their results with, I do eat the fat with the animals, but I can't have as much as other people. My system just doesn't need as much. All right. So you got the Jasmine Crockett's way above you in power. You have the LaTarsha Browns. They're going to be like on the same level or just above you. And then you have the immigrants. Giant migrant rights march. A large march promoting immigration reform that could see more than 10,000 people. March from Dallas City Hall is set to take place on this coming Sunday. At least one report questions whether ICE will show at the large congregation of migrants hoping for relief via legislation from the Trump administration's stance on mass deportations. They are always, ladies and gentlemen, and I've been saying it for years, and you're going to keep hearing me say it, they will always be able to put more people in the streets, because most of those people, most of them are voting for a living. Most of them are voting for a living. Some of them are being paid to be protesters. As I've done in the past, I told you, I've called, I've asked, I found out how much they pay the organizers, how much they pay the people just going to hold a sign, how much they pay. I've talked to you about, found all that all the way back in the 2000s. 2000 to be exact. It's 2025. They're always going to be able to put more people in the streets. Those people are also going to be defended by all of the anti-whites that we're just talking about in nodes of power. Do you think Jasmine Crockett or LaTarsha Brown are going to overlook improprieties, nay, crimes committed by these people when and where they have the authority to do so? Are they going to stymie police investigations when and where they have the power to do so? Of course. What happens on the other side? Well, you don't have people voting for a living. You have people having to go to work. You have people who don't get paid to get into the streets to protest. They've got to pay their own way. You have people who not only don't have people in nodes of power who are either going to refrain from filing charges or investigations, who are not going to stymie charges or investigations, but people who are, in fact, going to instigate investigations where there isn't even crime. So, what sense does it make? Going back to Joel Davis at the beginning, what sense does it make to demand that people in this category go out into the streets against people in this category? It is suicide. It's suicide. And no one is going to participate in that. It's also immoral. It is psychopathic. Knowing those conditions on both sides of the aisle, both sides of the streets, if you will. It's also sadistic and immoral. Knowing those things and then arguing for those who are listening to you to go out into that maelstrom and suffer those consequences. It's certain defeat. So, in service to white well-being, we vector you away from certain defeat. We vector you into certain victory. I really have painted the picture over the course of this roll-in gathering of how disastrous these other endeavors are and how successful the Go Free dialogic is. You've seen with me dozens, depending on how long you've been here, even hundreds of cases of the failures, of people going to jail, of people's lives ruined. It's time for those who are concerned with the well-being of our people or watching the news or our countries, it's time for them to make the right choice and adopt the practice of Go Free. Organized by several pro-immigration groups, including the League of United Latin American Citizens. Isn't it nice that they can have funding from their people? I'm sure they're tapping into tax dollars as well, but they can have funding from their people. We have the foundation for whitewellbeing.org, and you can donate there. We should have big donors like the League of United Latin American Citizens have. The rally may be the largest group to protest the current immigration enforcement posture by the Trump administration since inauguration. The group's website and social media posts encourage marchers to carry United States flags. So remember how we talked about, remember I expressly told you, the smart leadership will tell them to carry American flags. They will not be telling them to carry Mexican and Guatemalan and El Salvadorian and etc. flags. There you have it right here. Remember I told you that. You probably thought about that on your own as well. But for all of us, I mentioned it here to be on the record. And they tells them to dress commensurate with their accomplishments in the United States as immigrants. Props could include medical scrubs, graduate caps and gowns, and military uniforms. Well, I think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you cannot participate in a march if you're a white person advocating for the end of our victimization in a uniform, according to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. But my guess is that none of these people will be punished. Speaking right to my point about these individual anti-whites and nodes of power and what they will prosecute and not, what they will stymie, what they would, etc. Some fear the aggressive action by ICE to target illegal aliens may endanger some attending the march this coming Sunday. A former leader of Progress Texas, yet another group, another anti-white group, a progressive media action organization, told the Bulwark, quote, "They're not going to stand down and let the opportunity pass. This is what ICE does." The third letter literally stands for enforcement. Espinoza went on to warn, quote, "Our people need to be a little less naive to these realities." The organizer's website lists the march's goals as fixing a broken immigration system and creating a legal and humane process for hard-working, law-abiding white erasers to achieve the American dream. And what is the American dream? We've allowed outsiders to decide. We've allowed economic libertarians to decide that it is buying a house, that it is, and getting into debt for that, that it is making money. That's really what it's come down to. In the past, it used to be buying a house, the American dream. The American dream is the white race made alloy of so many of our different branches into the powerhouse that is the United States. That is the American dream. Not making money, not adopting an opinion that you're an American now, and now suddenly you're an American. The American dream. You seed them these concepts for the story we live in, and look at the power they wield. Think about your relatives for a moment. Think about your friends and coworkers. How many of them, and I'm going to go ahead and guess because I know, lion's share, are going to be moved by the argument that these people just want to achieve the American dream? Do you remember what we were talking about a moment ago with the currents in the soil of hate hoax? Past versus now. That's a great example of anti-whites wielding a much better soil, a much better current in their favor. The groups continue the leftist anti-white tactic of conflating legal and illegal immigration to blur the impact of illegal immigration on American communities. So, of course, Breitbart, being Israel first, they want legal immigration. So white erasure, as long as it's legal, is a good thing. The immigration enforcement actions being undertaken by ICE in major cities under the Trump administration have thus far been targeted toward criminal illegal aliens, which of course is a problem. Those attending Sunday's mega marcha, isn't that going to be nice in the future? If we don't get more white people to start going and have more of an impact, we're all going to be treated to the splendid mega marchas of the future. You watch. And there'll be nowhere to run and hide. And I guarantee you, if we don't, and we are, but in a parallel universe, if we didn't end up communicating enough of the concepts to enough people in time, you would end up white flighting by necessity into communities of white people who would still be complaining about Jews, who would still be complaining about blacks. The mega marcha should have little fear if the current pattern for immigration enforcement action holds. As reported by Breitbart, Texas, in one of the latest deportation operations carried out in DC metro area. Okay, well, they're gang members. We got it. All of the hard workers, Breitbart, they'll get to stay and white erase us. And let's just bring in some more hard workers from around the world. I mean, there are let's bring in all the billions of hard workers who can choose the opinion that they're an American and can pursue the American dream, which is making money, right? Makes me sick. And that is that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll check over here on Entropy. We'll get your final comments as well. We'll take the question of the day down. We've had a great gathering. And as I read your final comments, we will listen to the epic foreknowledge. Let me know if you can hear me over the epic foreknowledge. Am I audible? Looks like over here on Entropy, it is still Dude Bro Moment. God bless you, brother. The man stands alone. I get this vision of Dude Bro Moment where he's like standing on a high hill and the wind is blowing and he's got a cape on and it's blowing in the wind. And he's always going to be there. He's always going to be powerful. Dan says, can hear me good. Thank you, brother. Spartan says, perfect balance. Ivan's the Audible can hear me. Anonymous can hear me. Thank you all. All right. Scribble over here. Nothing new on Premium Rumble. No tags for yours truly. Let's see. No tags on D-Lab either. And nothing new on AdOC. We are the foundation for white well-being. We are the entity that is building, creating, achieving, succeeding. Everybody else can debate their daydreams. Everybody else, and that's ultimately when we are slandered, when I am slandered. It's because they don't see a daydream in me. They are literally comparing a daydream of a perfect scenario with the work of rolling your sleeves up and making it happen. That's why they attack. They want the daydream. They don't want the work. And that's why you saw that British girl saying they're sitting on their fat asses. Misty is with us. She loves the synth music. Yes, so do I. Who knows the best? These protest riots seem like great places for sweeps and dragnet. I agree. I don't know if they're going to do it, though, given that this massive crowd, 10,000 plus, could end up attacking the agents. I think it's possible, maybe even probable, that they would do that. All right, let's see. Any other tags for me? Oh, the great foreknowledge is still in the house. Billy says, send ice. I agree. Send ice and shut it down. But that would probably mean the entire protest, because they're not going to just sit there and let people get hauled off. Henry says, I love you, Jason. Much love back to you, Henry. Thank you. Novi says, that's what I was going to say. They really want to outlaw homeschooling. Yeah. And they will everywhere. If our concepts don't go far and wide enough. And that's why very early in this roll-in, I mentioned that we're running out of time and we should focus our swashing efforts on our normal brothers and sisters. We should be finding the chats that they're in and the audiences that they populate and speaking to them, dropping in these, and our swashbuckling champions are really demonstrating how you can do that in a profound way. I mean, we had hundreds of thousands of views on our concepts every week. So we need to be reaching those people, as opposed to the groups of people that are going to vote for Gypsy Crusader as the best pro-white leader, as opposed to the people who are going to change their avatar to Kanye West because he now has a diamond-encrusted swastika on his neck, or to Nick Fuentes because he knows the names of more anti-white Jews than they do. And he knows the names of more of the areas that are contested in the Middle East than they do. Those people are not coming over. I mean, that's the reality. But like I said, if you feel the urge, you want to drop in, you want to be like, bang, I'm just going to, you never know. And then you move on to something else. Yeah, so be it. But don't waste your time in those circles. Many of those people literally hate me. You know, when their hatred really began for me was even before the thing that obviously finished it was Kanye West, his first tantrum. And to think that people who are National Socialist daydreamers would be like, act like Kanye West or you're out of here, pal. You better be just like Kanye West and get out. But really, there were people who were intensely jealous of my speech in the UK. They developed an intense antipathy because it went so well, because I had people emotional, I had people laugh, I had people cheer, I had people, etc. We could have all that now, but they'd rather have a daydream. You need national totalism more today than ever. More today. Once we have 100,000 in the street and the Martians fly in and they support us, it's over. And just look at what they did in Germany. Just look at it. Well, we just say we're just like them, then we have it. Hundreds of thousands in uniforms will march in the streets, and the Martians will come in with their big laser guns. That's where we are. That's where we are. That's where we live. That's where we live. I can't believe, like I said earlier, I have to again and again put up our successes against the ravings of Muppets. Jim Henson, he ain't, is he dead? He ain't dead. If he's dead, he's still operating. He's got hands up asses everywhere. And then we're like, outcomes should matter. I mean, even these people, why is it that you should be asking yourself this question too? Why is it like you can go over? There was several other shows tonight where they talk about the victimization of white people, and they have whatever audience they have. Those people are showing up to hear about the doom documenting, the doom dissecting, and the doom divining to whatever degree. Not everybody does the doom divining, but they do the doom documenting and the doom dissecting, and then the being morose over it and vexed over it, or they would say black-pilled because their English sucks. And why aren't all of those people interested in Go Free? Why aren't all of those people, if you're going to get morose over something, if you're going to find it objectionable, if you're like, let's get together and let's hear about this movie from this guy, okay? And he has looked at this movie. He looks at movies, and he's going to tell us, okay, about how it's not cool. I like his voice. He sounds chubby like me. And I'm going to hear him tell me about how it's not good. Yeah, would you like to do something about it? Absolutely not. No. Why would I want to do anything about it? I just want to hear the chubby guy talk about it. Okay. Great. You just want to hear the chubby guy talk about it. Anti-White House says, who doesn't love Doom? Ivan says, Doom digesting and the Doom defecating. Yeah, that's what it is. Godfather asking, is your UK speech on YouTube? It is. Yeah. They downplay it now. I wonder why. But you know how many people that were there that day have come to me even now, just the other day, in fact, and told me that was the best speech they ever heard. That was the best conference they ever attended. And they've attended all the previous and past conferences. And they're like, nothing has compared. And it was because of that energy and that fire and that laughter that we had. And when I got up there. So yeah, check it out. And I did it just by the by with like a piece of paper. All I had time to do was, it was during COVID. So I was way out of sorts, dehydrated, didn't know what was, did we really have a disease? It was at the very beginning. Did we really have a disease going around that was killing people? Nobody knew at that point for sure. And so all I had just had a piece of paper, and I literally jotted down a folded piece of paper, a couple of bullet points, and got up there and winged it. So, hey, your guy for the white race is here, or at least one of them from the team. We all have different talents, as I was saying earlier. But here we are, and here I am. I could be doing this. But no, they want to hear Joel interviewed. They want to hear Warren Baylaw, God bless them all. They want to hear these people interviewed. They want to hear them give the speeches. God bless them. I just want to help people. I just want to help our people. I just want to empower our people so that my mission in life from 12 years of age is to help free Western kind of anti-whiteism. Because if we can free us of anti-whiteism to whatever degree, all of us will be able to project that biospirit, that great spirit of the West inside of us into the world. And that changes everything. This childishness and the hubris of, I'm leader. Here is my plan. Look at my plan. I mean, like Fuentes is probably one of the worst, but there have been others when it comes to this, like arrogant hubris that you could possibly save it all. None of these people are even remotely an approximation of what is needed by our people at this hour. But there are the people. There are the people. Yeah, so check it out. You'll love it. I loved it. But I definitely engendered some haters. Yeah, tell everybody to be on live chat. I got to remember to tell everybody to be on live chat rather than just top chat. Because top chat is YouTube is filtering out some of the comments. And they say at YouTube, they filter out the comments that are not relevant. Well, how the hell would YouTube know? Cool Papa J Magic is, oh, hell yeah, Jason is still going. Thank you, brother. It's a good cause. We have to get our people past the psychological guilt that has taken over us. Yeah, so you see, for so many of these people, as we are approaching that hard cutoff, for so many of these people, they're like, one guy is selling us that we have to psychologically defend ourselves and address the mean pathogens, these anti-white poisons that are inside of us, and then take these concepts to the world. And that's a lot of, and then this other guy is saying, once we have 100,000 men in uniform marching in the streets, fighting for the people, then we will be just like Germany. And then we will dispel the invaders. And those people come to me and they're like, that guy there is the rightful leader. Leader of what? Your sex fetish? Can you message me the link? Yeah, I'll find it. I wonder, do I have it on my channel? I don't know. I don't know if I have it on my channel. Owning houses in a subdivision is the real goal of owning land. The clear signal is that whites don't have human rights. Yeah, but non-whites do. Yeah, exactly. The signal is that we are dehumanized, second-class citizens. Yes, exactly. Well said. Eta whiteism ends with you. And Tree Godfather, there's a laugh in there that you're going to bust a gut. You're going to bust a gut. If these terrorists decide to fight the police, ICE, they should get Waco'd. Like all those innocent white babies. Yeah, but they won't do that to non-white people. No, for them, it's a righteous cause in the anti-white narrative. It's totally righteous. Hyperborean Dream is here. Ah, that's funny. Yeah, he says, Joel, like, he's the leader on the short bus. All right, let me check over here one more time. One more time. Sounds like a song, but nothing's coming back to me. I saw a meme. I don't know how many of you will get this. It will depend on your age and maybe musical tastes at that period in time, but it said I can't remember the exact number, but it was like, Ricky is in his 34th year of a life sentence. Who can get that one? Who could get it? Ricky is in his, 34, whatever. It's I don't remember the exact year it gave, but it's 34th year of his life sentence. Does anybody get it? I'll give you a moment. Tag me as No White Guild. Ooh, what is it? Fledgelord? Is that what that is? Donated 3 ice cream. Cryptocurrency over there, D-Live. Thank you so much, brother. I deeply appreciate it. Three ice creams. Does anybody get it? I would think maybe Forno would be able to get that one. Ambrielle is here. When I was on Facebook, there was a post about the new Snow White movie, Snow Anti-White. And I used the Going Free lexicon and told them about white erasure and got 60 likes. That's some swash right there. Boom. Boom. Throw those 07s at Ambriel. That's some great swash. Nice. Well done. Nice. You showed up. I was like, Ambriel is here. Privyet, Gogdila. And she says it's the most likes on the post. Oh my God. I think Arden Party got it. Did anybody get it before Arden Party? Ricky was a young boy. He had a heart of stone. I definitely can't do that pitch. Skid Row. Damn. Arden Party's a machine. Did anybody else get it? Raymond Foster's 34 years married? I guess for many it is prison. Yeah, I guess I only barely realized what it was. I was like, Ricky, that sounds familiar. Modding forever. What can I do to prevent myself from going insane? Do you have any positive things to say about the future of the white race? Brother, man, you are in the right place. Every single week, we're documenting massive successes in promulgating the concepts that win for us every single time we use them. And you can go back, listen to the totality. You'll hear me talk about a bunch of these enormous successes. Everything that we're doing, that we're talking about here, is scalable and replicable. So imagine, as more and more people do this, the more and more success we have. And we are the people, by the way, who got Donald Trump to say anti-white. So things are looking very good for us in service to white well-being, using the lexical and dialectical power of the Go Free dialogic. I can't play Skid Row, but I can play for null. Make sure, modding, that you stick with us. Sundays at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we stream. That's our gathering, our main gathering. Typically at 7:30 on Wednesdays, Eastern Standard Time, as you have arrived here today. And we talk about these things. We talk about how to address these different concepts, like we were talking about hate hoax today. To empower you, you will become a better you by addressing the poisonous anti-white ideas that are in your subconscious mind. You need to get on top of that right away. You can do that by hanging out with us, and you can do that with the Go Free practice. Get it on Amazon. You can get it at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com with a signature if you'd like, but Amazon, you'll be able to get it right away. Get started, just like the rest of us. Welcome, good to see you. I hope you become another one of our great swashbucklers. And I'll be seeing the rest of you as well on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm a small town man, I've been around a little. I like guitars and I like a fiddle, and that's the kind of soul it takes to fan my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, kind of rough and ruddy. I have to work to be somebody. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta honk and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a West man looking for a place to do my thing.